Hi. Hello. I hope I hope everything is working. Hi. I'm tired. I'm tired. We are going to cook, okay? Because I'm hungry. I need to do things. And then today we're just gonna do some hanging out while I'm organizing my stuff, basically just clearing out my room because I need to do things. I wanted to stream some gaming last week, but what happened was that I couldn't find my setup because I have it everywhere. Um, and I did buy some things that I can play eventually and have the sound play as well. Because my issue was when I play games, at least on the Switch, streaming would work with the sound. So let's try it again, maybe later. I don't know how my energy is going to be because I have a lot of things that I need to do, and I will show you, and you will see, and you will be like, "What the heck?" Because when I cleared out my stuff, I was like, "Why? Why do I have so much unfinished stuff?" And that is also going to be a little bit of a series later on as well. If I think about filming it, because or more or I will think about filming it. It's more of the fact that I will probably not edit it. This is why I also am doing streams because I have so many other things to do. I can't make time for editing anything. I have videos from 6 years ago and from last year I still need to edit. I wish I could have some help with that, but this is a one man, one woman show. This is our one person army. Anyway, this one person army needs to get going to cook because I'm really hungry. And honestly, I was thinking about just getting some delivery food, but let's not. If you have food at home, you have to make sure to cook something, you know? Anyway, yes. So it. We're gonna make some spaghetti in a way that doesn't have tomatoes inside. So basically, it's just like a random kind of spaghetti. Like it's basically just noodles with paprika. Okay, paprika. We have potatoes because I need something that's more filling. We have some meat here. Some what do you call this? I was about to say this in Vietnamese, or like at least which would be bap, okay? Um, that's how I say it, okay? Listen, don't listen to me when I speak Vietnamese. Anyway, then this is Sonnenmais in German. What the heck is it? Corn. Okay, we have corn here. Yes, I do like corn in my like. It's I like it. Okay, I like it. And just like the packets because I don't have tomato sauce. I can't even have it in the first place, so I'm gonna have a stomach ache if I eat this. And just some oat cream because it's more. I do like my sauce more of a raw sauce, you know. Also because I can't eat tomato sauce. Hello, tomato sauce. I was talking and talking, and then I saw apparently my stream was having fun. I was having fun with myself. Anyway, 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 and then we have some spaghetti, which is basically what is this? It's a dinkel spaghetti, which is what's dinkel? What's dinkel? You know the darker ones. I don't know if you can see it. Can you? Anyway, we have this because I don't know why. Anyway, it's gonna be more healthy. So let's just start. Of course, I will fill my water first. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I have been okay recently. I've been thinking a lot about the things that I'm doing and want to do, and more like, how do I say this? More of a, I don't care anymore. Listen, I don't care if you cannot hear music in the back. I don't care about aesthetics. I don't care about it. I don't care. I don't care. Okay, because I thought, oh, perfect stream setup, music in the background, some type of like thing in the back, and here a box and here a box and here something, blah blah blah. I can't have it. Literally, I can't have it. I can't have this. Maybe in the future, if I were to have a better setup, better equipment, actually, then I would be able to do that. But I literally can't. I can't even do reaction videos. I can't even do gaming videos. I can do shit right now. You know what? That's the best I can do. So I don't care. I am going to be like, okay, well, you know what? It's not perfect, but at least it's still a step for myself to be like, okay, yeah, I'll just do it. Like, no music, whatever. I am listening to something right now. So if I sometimes seem like I'm reacting out of nowhere, it's because I'm listening to something, watching a video in the back, whatever, and just this is the way it's going to be. It's not going to be perfect, but listen, the greatest thing that will take you further than you've ever gone from what you've been in the past and what you've done in the past, it's just starting. It doesn't matter if it's the most clumsiest way, most imperfect way, if it doesn't look the greatest when you're looking at others. Because yes, it's good to look at others, what they're doing, but do not cross the line of that being something that you need to compare yourself to. Take inspiration, take motivation out of it, and take a little bit of lessons with you when you're looking at other people. That's what I would say, at least to you and to me, who like, yeah. Anyway, so I will use this one. Gonna take a little bit slower to heat up my food and everything, cook it, but honestly speaking, I have my setup is horrible right now. I would be cooking my entire thing. So yeah, I also, of course, kids, always wash your hands before you're cooking something, okay, or eating. Okay, wash your damn hands in general. What have we learned from the time that nobody likes to talk about? What have we learned? How can you say, how dare you? Wash your hands! Wash your hands, man. What do you mean you don't know how to wash your hands? What? I don't understand. It's the most basic hygiene thing that we all had to learn during that time. Like what, 6 years ago? 6 years ago, we all had to learn this one thing, okay? That was washing your hands, hygienic standards, and everything else. So I don't understand how you can lose that over time. I get it. It's traumatizing. You dissociate and you don't care about it. I don't care. Get your shit together. What the fuck? This is also the same thing I was talking about when I said I don't care anymore. If my words are going to hit you in the face, they're going to hit you in the face. It's nothing new to me. But it will be something new to you. Anyway, so yes. Anyway, I have to wait for my damn noodles. Always put a lot of salt in your pasta water, okay? A lot of salt in your pasta water. You want it to be like the sea, okay? At least that's what I learned, what helped speed up the process of making noodles and making them tasty, so you don't have to put more salt in the sauce. The other thing is putting a splash of oil, a splashy of oil on top while the noodles are not in there yet, to prevent it from boiling over. Put some olive oil, or more like a mix of olive oil and some type of neutral oil like sunflower oil. Now we have to wait. While I'm waiting, of course, cut your vegetables. Anyway, so this place is going to be safe in some way for you. I will tell you one more time. You do not have to take all the things somebody says to heart or take it personal. Certain things are not meant for you. You think everything in the world is meant for you? Do you? You would be quite a super human being. If every single, let's say, hobby would be for you. If every single job would be for you. If every single person would be for you, right? So what makes you think that every single word somebody says is for you? Not only one person. Like, you listen, sometimes we don't listen to every single advice our friends give us, right? So what makes you have to take every single word from a person that you see online, especially when it comes to advices and things that you can learn from, at least from the right sources that are here for the highest good of you. I'm not talking about anything that is not good for, first of all, for you and for the rest of the world. Anyway, there's not gonna be any onions. I like putting mushrooms in my spaghetti, but there's no mushrooms. And there's no, we have onions. I can't have onions because I just can't eat them. Okay, I can't eat them. What is your problem? Oh my god, this is also a little thing that I oh my god, listen, if somebody else has some intolerances, allergies, whatever, yes, it is considerate to be like, okay, where do you want to go? Oh, you can't eat that? Okay, let's think about it. Yes, exactly. Be considerate, but also you need to understand that there's a difference between being considerate and simply being, let's say it in my words, annoying when it comes to deciding to a place. Because let me give you an example. let me give you an example. Let's say we're going out eating and you go, oh, let's go to this pizza place. First of all, I cannot have pizza. There's tomatoes on there usually. There's cheese on there that I can't eat. What am I supposed to eat? Not even the pasta usually is something I can't eat. And then I'm gonna tell you like, oh, I can't eat it, but it's fine, let's go. And then, do you think I'm telling you that because I'm gonna guilt trip you or something? Are you being for real right now? Okay, so let me tell you something. You need to get to know the people around you, because how can you not know something so basic? And not, okay, it doesn't matter. Like, even if you don't know, I also don't remember some basic things about my friends, right? Sometimes it's more about somebody tells me in the moment and I'm like, oh yeah, right, you told me, I'm so sorry. Because simply my brain doesn't work in the moment. But let me also tell you that sometimes when it happens too many times, like a whole pattern, every time I have to tell somebody, I can't eat that, I can eat that, I can eat that. What do you mean you cannot remember the fact that I cannot eat something? 2 times, okay. 3 times, well, I guess it's kind of in between of a pattern and also maybe just a coincidence. But 4th time, that's too much. That's you just being, no, you need to kind of like understand to correct your behavior. And I'm saying this as somebody who very consciously thinks about such things and then thinks about it and goes, okay, well, that's not good for whatever reason I'm doing it. Why am I doing that? Why am I behaving like this towards this friend? Why am I like this around this friend in the first place? And why am I even friends with this person in the first place if I don't like the fact that I am being like this and the fact that I am having these type of thoughts and everything else, right? So, just saying. I'm just saying, because what do you mean you cannot, like, really? I don't understand. When it comes to food, at least for me, it's the most, for me, I'm like, what do you, maybe it's just me, you know? Also, you're listening to this and you're like, what are you even talking about? Because I am kind of like, I'm kind of just like rambling. I need to ramble a little bit because this is pissing me off. Like, you guys, I know that the people around me and my own behavior is not the only person, okay, on the world. It could also be you, whoever is listening. You need to understand that sometimes it's kind of a shitty behavior to be like, oh yeah, let's go to this place. Oh, and somebody tells you like every damn time you're going out to eat that they cannot eat certain things, but also tell you like it's fine, I will think about something in the first place. And like, for example, like this is the second example. We're going out to eat somewhere, and I'm like, yeah, just sitting there and having to think about what to eat because I know very well I cannot eat. And I went to this place together with whoever, because I was like, okay, this person likes this place. This person wanted to go, so I will be like, okay, let's go. I have to just keep to myself my own boundaries of being able to say and discipline, say, I can't eat that, and I have to ask whatever is in the food because I know I can't eat things if I don't ask what's in the food and how it's being prepared. And if there's nothing I can eat in this entire thing, I'm gonna be like, okay, fine, I will just have this one thing that without anything that I can eat, or just a drink. And if you're going to be like, oh, like looking over at me and be like puppy eye, I'm like, yeah, like, what do you want me to do? This is the best option because I didn't want to. Oh my word, I didn't want it to be going all over the place. To be like, oh, let's go to this, let's go to that, you know. Because you're like, you know, it's also kind of weird, the behavior of you not wanting to accommodate to somebody else. When it comes to like food things, you not wanting to accommodate to the fact that somebody else has whatever type of problem with food, in a way of saying, oh, like, wait, I need to focus. How much noodles am I going to eat? Because this variety with this type of wheat, it's not wheat, it's not the usual wheat, stinker. I don't know the English word, but this makes you full. So I don't think I'm gonna use it. But maybe for tomorrow. Okay, maybe this much. Okay, added. Okay, this is going to be enough. So, and then I need to peel the potatoes. The potatoes or the potato? Potato. You know, actually, I'm not gonna just peel them. I have this. I love this. I love this thing. I love this thing. It's called. Listen, this is not sponsored. It's called a nicer dicer, and it does dice things nicely, doesn't it? This is like a smaller version, and there is a bigger version, and I'm glad that I found this. Honestly, it's making my life so much easier. I love gadgets. I love kitchen gadgets. I love gadgets in general. Anyways, put this on here. Also, just for your information, I cannot see the chat. gonna make small chunks so that I can just easily cook them, because potatoes take a long time to cook. Potatoes take a long time to cook, okay? So I'm going to put the here because I have no other place right now. Yeah. Anyway, okay, let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Okay. So, potato peeler. Please be. Every time I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I could never work in the kitchen, like in gastronomy, because I'm just like horrible. First of all, horrible when it comes to like. I could never. My reasoning is because I am not the type of person to do work in the service industry when it comes to gastronomy. I did try it, like, what, 2 times? Like, it was a school thing, because I had nothing else prepared, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna work in a... Ah! I'm gonna work in a restaurant. And I hated it. I hated every single moment of it. Both times, actually. The other thing, well, one time was for school, one time was because I didn't know what else to do. And, yeah, I did not like it. Plus, like, I was just like a teen. I was a teen. I was a young adolescent woman, okay? Just growing up. And this fucking man was like, because I didn't understand the customer. I didn't understand them, like, acoustically. I didn't understand that they wanted to get, they were asking for like a spoon. And I was like, excuse me? Like, what? Like, I just couldn't comprehend anything. Plus, the person that was asking me, was requesting something from me, was kind of like mumbling in a way as well. But it's kind of weird because I couldn't understand. So, whatever. So this man on the other side of the table was like, they want that better than that. He was so mean. I was crying. I was like, what the fuck? First of all, what in your right mind, be freaking real, makes you have to have this tone with somebody else in general? It doesn't matter what age. Like, what in your right mind makes you think that's okay to do? And not only that, but in general, if you treat a service worker in this type of way, simply because you can tell, oh, there's some type of misunderstanding or whatever, what makes you think that's okay to treat somebody else like that? Like, genuinely, what the fuck? If you treat service worker horribly, I'm not even gonna say out loud what I want for you. No mercy. Because what the fuck? Like, it's not just service workers, but generally speaking, oh, I want to do this. Generally speaking, like, people that work the jobs that probably nobody would love to do. I mean, then again, I think it's still a service in a way when you, for example, people that work in trash, for trash places, you know, like that's still a service worker for me, at least, a very necessary worker. Like have some respect. I know it's loud, sorry. Like, genuinely speaking, have some respect. What is this? Because every day I see somebody be super rude to somebody else like that. I'm like, I hope someday you're gonna be stuck in this type of situation too. Because what the fuck do you mean? It's okay to be like this? And yeah, that's just I can't, like, you can do your whatever type of high paying job, whatever, okay, do it I don't care. But when you see yourself not having any help because a very necessary worker like a nurse is not available anymore because simply for some reason they're not being paid enough and everything else, or somebody doing the trash, or people like you know, in restaurants, I hope you're gonna I'm gonna suck it basically. Why are you being so entitled? You think somebody else is not having the same type of life as you are? Because, I don't know, both alive? What makes you think that? It's okay to be like this. I think my nails are... Yes, they are. I have this in here. Listen, don't judge me. I mean, you can judge me all you want. I don't care. Judge me. Do it. You think you will be protected from not having the same thing being done back to you? Not only that, but go ahead and judge people. Okay? But if you befall on top of this judgment and stay absolute within it, that is different. That is a different type of thing that I hope you understand needs to be looked at again and again and again. Because what do you mean you're judging somebody and think it's fine not to be judged back, or you think it's fine to judge somebody, be fine with being judged back, but I don't know, not understand the simple principle of life, as in like something can always change, something can always be more fluid in its way, yeah? Not only that, but you need to understand that you can judge, but with accountability and a lot of what do you call this? Accountability and oh my god, what's the word? It was just there, and I forgot about it because I was like, I was focused. I don't know anymore. What was it? What is it? You know, there's this one channel on YouTube. It's called Taste Cooking. I just know about it because I saw somebody else react to it, and it's kind of nice. I mean, I understand some recipes online. Kind of weird. I remember back then when we had cooking in school. Depending on which teacher you had, we had this one teacher. I mean, some recipes, yes, I get it. They were kind of nice. Some of them were still more of a really type of thing where it's like, okay, I mean, I guess you can try things in life. At the to say earlier? Something about you can judge, but have responsibility. And responsibility and accountability equally. Because listen, if you're judging, for example, you're judging somebody for what? An outfit they're wearing, you would never wear. Yeah, you can judge them because it's not your style, but you also need to understand that you need to think about, okay, where is this coming from? Why am I thinking about this? How has it been shaping me? How's this fair towards me or the other person? And also, when somebody retaliates or whatever, you have to be responsible for the fact that somebody will give you the consequences of being judgmental like this. Oh my god. It tastes good. It tastes and it smells good. To me, okay. Listen, as long as you have some good veggies, something like protein that can fill you up in any type of way, it's fine. Yes, it's not the most authentic, like, spaghetti type of recipe that I'm doing, simply because there's no way that I can even do that in the first place because of the fact that I can't eat it. It's fine. The other thing is I need to get my charger. Hey guys, just a little moment, wait. Wait. Okay, I'm back. So, just put this in. Oh, it smells so good. I'm just hungry. Everything would smell good in the moment. This is not a cooking show. But yeah. I think I one time mentioned this already, like about when you're judging, you need to be able to understand accountability and responsibility. Because listen, it's not just because of your own like way of getting better. It's not just the only thing about getting better for yourself, but also like it will take you so far when it comes to your job or interactions with other people, blah 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 blah, you know, such things. I know if you have difficulties with not understanding certain things or whatever easier than somebody else, don't give up, keep doing it. Yes, maybe try to find some type of resource that could help you. Some people, sadly, they do need more resources than somebody else does, okay? I need to add more water. I mean, I do need to just let it simmer. I think I do need to add more water though. I'm simmering it. Yeah. First, I threw it away. I'm just gonna use this. because if you have more water and let it simmer, it will be reduced down. Okay, basic things of cooking. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It does. You know what I forgot? Oh my god, I forgot. Listen, I love adding herbs, kräuter, herbal stuff to my thing. So this is, it's a majoran. Okay. I love putting a lot of it in. This is parsley. Then we have a little bit more salt. I need to add some salt, of course. Salt to taste, not too much. And some. Where is it? Yeah, some thyme. Because we have the time. Some thyme. My favorite herb is probably thyme. I do like thyme a lot. Thyme and dill. I love dill. I put it I also put it in almost everything. Where's my rosemary? Yes, just a little bit. Because if it puts too much rosemary in certain things, it will be overpowering. So just this much. Okay, just this much. Because it will be overpowering. But the aromatics. What I do have is some garlic powder. I wish I could put onions in here, but I would have stomach issues. Okay. Anyway, we have some garlic. Oh no. Garlic. What else? Nothing. Did I forget something? Pepper? Maybe later, if I think that would be fitting. But usually this is the amount of things that I put in my, like, it doesn't, it's just, I like it. If possible, I would love to have a herbal, like, garden, okay? Like a big one, and just put, like, at least out, like, how do you know, like a bouquet in my stuff. You know, there's this one thing about coriander. Like, I mean, what is it? I see it often. People putting a lot of coriander in their hot pot or like I think there's a place where they offer so much coriander that it's just coriander dishes and it's just a hot pot full of coriander, which is, honestly speaking, kind of a dream. I do like my coriander. But I'm not talking about, listen, I'm talking about the type of flat ones, the Asian ones, okay? At least for me, it's the Asian type. I cannot show it because my laptop can't. That's why I also can't see the chat, because the frame rate would go down even more if I were to do anything on my laptop to show you or to read the chat, which is a little bit unfortunate. I would have to read it on my phone. I mean, I could right now, at that very moment, I could, you know, while I'm waiting for my thought. But anyway, I digress. I can't see the chat. Whatever. This is the life. Yeah. You know what else I was thinking about earlier when I was getting my charging cable? As I said in the beginning about the I don't care aspect of things in life right now. It's not that I don't care because I actually care too much. You need to understand that I don't care because I am detached. I have let go of whatever will come in the future, of what I of what I what do you call this word? Erwarten, what is that? Wait, what is that word? Expecting of whatever I am expecting of myself. I have let go of what I am expecting of myself, of whatever is going to come in the future. What has been in the past will not chain me down, but I will remember it because it is important to remember for you who is standing here now. And also just letting go of certain things that would make you be in so much pain and suffering, which would be, for example, resentment or guilt or shame, or just these type of things, you know. Because for me, I'm like, oh, I have to do this perfect stream and compete with everybody else because there's so many streamers. Yes, there are so many streamers out there. There's so many YouTube channels, so it doesn't matter. I know very well there's no way right now, in the very moment, for this time period, that it would not be possible for me. It does, like, I can make it possible, but in a way where I would probably have to sacrifice maybe just a little bit of me, which I don't want to do, because that would drive me crazy. That would drive me insane. At least for what I know when it comes to myself, right? So yeah, that's why I said, like, I don't really care anymore right now. I don't care anymore about the fact that things are just the way it is right now, because I know it doesn't mean anything about my future. It's just the moment. I'm like, yeah, whatever I have, I will make something out of it, you know. Same way it goes to relationships, because for me, I don't care anymore about certain relationships, in ways of, like, I don't care. I cannot tell you anything anymore in how the relationship is going to move on, because it's simply not whatever it is. And I have been a person, or I am a person who loves the people around me, you know, especially the ones that I care a lot about. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess this is not going to be the way, and I need to be okay with that. And that is also a process of grief. Also, my sauce is done. Turn it around. Turn it around? I mean, turn it down. I don't know about my potatoes though. Wait, let me check. Ah, where's my potato? Where's my potato? Are you okay? Yes, I think they. No, it's not done yet. I need to put a little bit more water, just because. God damn it. Because the potatoes, they take so long. Oh my god. Why did I put potatoes in here? Because potatoes are good. Potatoes. Kartoffeln. Yeah. Anyway. Potatoes. Do I want a small salad? Do we want a small salad, guys? Do I have something I can make a salad out of? We don't have any cucumbers. Oh, we do have cabbage. We do have cabbage. Oh my god. Ever since I've eaten one time at a acquaintance's place as a teen, their mom made such a delicious cabbage salad. My mind was so blown. My future was shown to me. I was like, oh my god, this cabbage salad, wow. You know what? It was the most simple recipe ever, but I don't know. Every time I try to recreate it, it doesn't taste the same. So every time I'm like, why did it taste so beautifully back then? It was such a simple cabbage salad, as in just olive oil, some salt, cabbage cut. But for some reason, it tasted like love. and when I try to make it, it tastes like shit. But yeah, there's some cabbage. Yeah. I don't know. You know what? I do want a salad, but I don't want a cabbage salad. What are we doing? What are we doing? Nothing. Usually I do like a nice refreshing salad with cucumber, but I don't have any cucumbers. Anyway, you hear that bubbling? You hear that bubbling? You hear that bubbling? Ah! The bubbling attacked me. It was attacking me. Probably need to just cook it on low, like on low, and have the lid on. I think that's why it also takes long, because I didn't think about it. So anyway, guys, yeah, I was like, what was it? Where was I? Where was I? Talking about not caring anymore, like detachment, right? It still takes me some practice. These type of things are things that you need to practice. I need you to remember that these type of things in life are things that you always have to practice. There's no such thing as just knowing it at once, especially if it comes to things that are so involved with life that you have to experience it over and over again. You cannot even become perfect at healing, for example. There's no way. Yes, because sometimes you will still have days where you feel like shit. But on days where you feel like shit, you will be able to work with it and live with it and regulate yourself so much better than you've ever thought. And one day you will see that result of your hard work and you're like, wow, actually, I can't believe it. This is why I was so sad, like, oh, I don't care, because recently I was thinking, oh, I don't care about the things that I have in my room. As I said, I will show you later, after I'm done with this and will be eating later. Because I was like, I have so many projects that are not done. I have so many things that I want to show. I want to do so many things, right? But the thing is, and I know, like, I've had my setbacks. I have had my life, okay? And I don't care anymore about whatever else somebody does. Because I know, like, okay, one day I will just keep remembering or suddenly think about it one time, like, oh, actually, I cannot believe that back then when I just kept going without even like caring that much about it, because I just was doing it, because that was also hello, that was okay, that was also the thing I wanted to really make it make it a point. I really believe in the fact that you will look back at yourself and be like, oh yeah, I can't believe that I just kept going when I felt so stuck, when I felt kind of lost, when I felt like whatever I'm doing is not giving me any results. But the thing is, it's with everything you're doing in life, whether it's practicing for any type of skill, when it comes to, like, for example, cooking or working out or your career, that sometimes some things, they will move so beautifully as water does. And in the moment when you sit down and get to see just a glimpse of the water reflecting the light or on its surface, and see even below the surface of whatever is living under the water and everything else around you, you will be like, oh, I didn't realize that this is the most beautiful thing that is around me that I am here right now having done this. I don't know if this was the greatest example I could give you or not, but at least it makes sense in my brain, okay? You better make sense of it for yourself. But yeah. Ah! I'm so tired. This is my mom. my mom brought me this. Isn't this cute? It has two. Ooh, that looks good. Let's say maybe 5 more minutes, and then I'm gonna turn it off. I think this is gonna be okay in 5 minutes. Anyway, it smells so nice. I'm talking and talking. You know what? While you're also cooking, you should also clear your space and make sure it's all nice and clean. Okay, don't be like me. At least in the way it comes to cooking. So just make sure it's clean. Usually I'm somebody who cleans my stuff after I'm done with cooking and eating, because otherwise actually it takes me longer to get to eating if I also clean afterwards, like properly. This is also one of the reasons why I probably can't be in a serving gastronomy type of job, because I'm like I think then I would be even, I don't know how you guys are doing it when you're like being cooks or waiters or whatever. Like truly, like I have so much respect. And I mean, I've always had it because just my family had been more in this type of direction of gastronomy, I would say. But yeah, it's clean enough. It's clean enough. It's clean enough. Anyway. Yeah, what did I say in the beginning? No, wait, earlier. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? Also, I remember that I need to wash the noodles over good. I don't like putting oil on my pasta noodles. Then it's gonna be too oily and the sauce is gonna stick. That's why I just wash the starch a little bit. Wash off the starch and then it's gonna be tasty. What did I say? God, my brain is going it's going roller coaster. What did I say? What did I say? Ew! There's a moth. How did he? There's a moth. A moth. You know what that's in German? Motte. I mean, I don't mind. It just wants to see the light, you know. The moth just wants to see the light. It's fine. It's not gonna do anything. It's just flying around. But yeah. What did I say earlier? Not only that, but I was like 5 minutes, and I will turn the thing off. I'm like, I forgot that it's hot. It's hot. It's real hot. Are you also real hot? What did I say? I forgot about it. I felt like I'm almost okay. I'm almost like there in my thought. Like it's turning the gears. I was saying not caring, detachment, and then I said yeah, right, like your process. You're basically the journey of your process. You will come back to it and be like, oh, haha, look at what we did. The other thing is, yeah, the other thing is them. um, recently I am currently still watching My Hero Academia, you know. I do like watching anime. I do watch it regularly, but sometimes there's times where I don't watch it, and sometimes there's times where suddenly I have the urge to watch an anime or just in general consume some type of media. But every time something calls for me in this type of way, I'm like, oh, you're doing this on purpose? Like there's something really pulling me towards it that I really need to know. And me watching My Hero Academia, listen, it's a very simple shonen anime. It's a very simple one. It's about like these kids, these teens going through basically, you know, what it means to be a teenager and coming adolescence later on and becoming heroes. And that's why it's called My Hero Academia, right? You're learning things, you're learning how to be a hero, but also learning being a teen, being a teenager, becoming the person that you will become as an adult through hardships, the class that they're in and the people, whatever, and all these type of things. Plus the thing is, it's being narrated in the perspective of one of the main protagonists, which is also more of a thing you need to think about, like, is this really as reliable? Because this is the way this is being narrated, right? For example, you have these two characters that are very strong, like they, what do you call this, rivals? I don't know, but they will grow over time together, and sometimes I see glimpses of the way this. So this guy is called Midoriya, okay, and this other guy is called Katsuki, but Midoriya always calls him Kajan, because they have been like childhood friends, but not in the like usual good way that you would see it, right? But the thing is, I think it's still well done with its relationships. Yes, it's not perfect in the way that you would see it as a modern thing, but this is the thing about becoming literate when it comes to anything that you consume, when it comes to this type of media or whatever. You need to also understand that you have to read and to consume things that would not be the standard, or not even, there's no standard, would not be of a modern type of thing. What would you do now, and is this okay, and everything, because these type of things are here to challenge you in ways to think about it, to grow from it as well, and be like, oh, like, would I do this? Is this fair? And is this even a thing of reality? And I can tell you certain things, yes, some things in shows or whatever, movies, are exaggerated, but some things, they are really true. It's just not in your eyes because you are not the one that is being affected by it. You are not the one that has been going through it. You are not the one that maybe has anybody around them that could show you that this is possible to have these type of things happening, right? Best example would be one time I always thought that it's kind of silly when it comes to like shoujo animes. I don't know how to explain it to you, but I always thought it was kind of silly when it's these moments of, oh my god, the guy is like holding somebody because the girl is falling, you know. Let me tell you something. I had something happen like that once before, and I was like, what is going on? I was so taken aback in the moment because in my mind, I was like, looking at this person, looking at myself. I was also suddenly remembering, like, what is this sudden like shoujo manga situation? And I was so perplexed. I was like, what is happening? That is the weirdest thing ever. So I was like, that's weird. But in these type of moments, especially if you're prone to be like somebody who's like, oh, the things in the movies are also whatever it is in the real life, right? You have to think about it in a different, more convoluted way of being like, huh, yeah, sometimes this could happen in real life, and it could happen. It doesn't mean that it will never happen. because there's been. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. um, I don't even remember this person anymore, but I just remember it was such a moment that felt like it was out of like some type of romance, um, manga story, whatever. I was like, whoa, whoa. I'm so glad the story between us two ended right in the moment because I was like, this seems a bit weird. Anyway, I, but anyway, I was watching My Hero Academia. I'm currently still watching, and I cannot tell you, like, for example, like the most simplest. I do love stories that make me think a bit more. But the thing is, it's also nice to watch and read or whatever things that are so simple, because even the simple thing, you can learn something from it. Even the simple things are nice to have just to wind down, you know. The simple thing of watching like a comedy, whatever, or like a very simple comic or whatever. Like, I think it's still nice to consume these type of things because one, there's a lot of work being done for these type of things. You wouldn't even believe that. Two, it's still here. You can always decide to be like, no, I don't want to have to deal with this. I could be like, yeah, I don't want to watch My Hero Academia, but for some reason, suddenly it was calling to me in a way, and I was like, you know what? For all these years, I've always ignored this anime, and let me watch it now. Or like try to watch the entire thing. Um, and I do enjoy it because I'm also somebody who loves like looking at the characters, like and the character interactions and relationships between each other and like these small things. It's like basically it helps my literacy, okay, to watch even more simple things in a way. And the other thing is, listen, yes, whatever you hear about whatever entertainment, whatever, you have to make your own mind up by watching it, by trying it out. Because, for example, I was telling this to a friend, they were like laughing about it because apparently the fandom of My Hero Academia is not. Well, apparently, there's quite something about it, and I was like, yeah. I mean, in general, for me, personally speaking, I don't care. I don't care about fandoms because usually I don't care about it because I know, okay, I can be a fan of this, I can watch it, I don't have to be a fan of it, I can still take part in it by staying in the lane of what I like taking part in, which would be, for example, for me, looking at relationships or the small things of characters that you would recognize. For example, like this for example, Katsuki, like you know, Katan, this one blonde dude that is also always in this rivalry with Midoriya, is like, if you think about it, like he's always like exploding and everything. Basically, his theme, you know, his hero theme, but also his general character theme is like explosions and stuff like that. If you think about it in a way of sometimes he probably doesn't even want to be like this. Like he still cares for the people around him. He just knows that it's better sometimes to be further away from them because he knows he hurts them at times. But it's still very difficult for him. That doesn't mean that you should have some type that you can have empathy. It doesn't mean that you should have mercy for this person or whatever. You as I said, just use a brain basically a little bit. Whatever, okay. But I like looking at these type of things. Because yes, you can always just consume whatever mindlessly, even the one things, but even the things that are the most complex in stories, you could still consume them mindlessly, you know. So this is vice versa. You can the simple things you can enjoy in the most critical way possible, and you can enjoy things that are very critical in the most mindless way possible, you know. Just a little thing because I do like watching it. I do like watching it. I do enjoy it, and I do think it's fun to still look at these type of things. But yeah, like going back to why I was talking about My Hero Academia in the first place, in the correlation of the topic of I don't care, is that even though it's so simple to say like keep going, like oh I will get stronger, blah blah, it's the most normal shonen thing, but it's also the most normal thing in life to be like, okay, you know what, keep going, I will get strong, I will get blah blah blah, all these type of things. They seem so simple, but the thing is you need constant reminders. Sometimes you need these reminders in life to be like keep moving, keep doing it, keep going better, just keep doing it. If you're not see the results, then you will not see the results right now, but it doesn't matter, just keep going and do it. You will see it at some point where you will not expect it in the first place, and even then you will be like, did I even? And yes, you did, because other people will see it. Because if I think about what I've done in the past for my streams, for example, I would say I have improved. Maybe not in the quality of my streams, but in the way that I have been standing here talking to the camera, streaming, and everything else. I don't care if it's not going to be the most entertaining thing for you. And not only that, but because I have so many topics to talk about, so many things about life and philosophy, and also silly things that are just my interest, like astrology, tarot, something very spiritual. But the thing is also, spirituality is a part of life. It's also a part of philosophy that I need you to remember. You don't have to call it like the way I call it. Some people call it quantum physics. Some people call it what do you call this? Esoteric stuff, you know. But it's still, or like general philosophy, it still walks. All three of these branches still come from one stem, come from one big thing, and it's you. It's life on its own. It's you who's the very much the being of it. So I don't care. I do not care if you're not interested in whatever I'm talking about. You don't have to listen to it. You do not have to take part in it. You can just enjoy it. Whatever. If you have a friend, if you have somebody that you like in your life, you don't have to like every single thing about them. I think it's very important to love them, but to love them means to also to be okay with the things that you're not interested in, and not to have to listen to every single thing this person is saying. Like, I could care less about certain things that I truly don't care about because I know these are not my interests. But it is in my interest to like you, and the fact that you have so much enthusiasm and so much love for the things that you love, that I want to love you as well in return, to seeing you be so bright in this type of way, right? This is the same principle. If you watch somebody that sometimes certain things don't interest you, then you don't have to watch it. You don't have to listen to it. You don't. It's fine. And this also applies to you yourself. You don't have to listen to every single thought that you have, every idea, every emotion. You don't have to react to it all the time. Okay. But it just takes a lot of balance and nuance and learning, practicing when it comes to things like this. And I know it's frustrating. I know it's so damn frustrating to be like, but I can't get around it. Let me tell you something. As I said just now, it frustrated me so much to not get the hang around like streaming or whatever. I still get frustrated because I'm like, how do I even raise my followers? How am I supposed to reach affiliate? How am I supposed to do whatever, all these type of things? How am I supposed to get to the place that I want to get if I have this type of equipment, right? But the thing is, me being frustrated won't change anything about time. It will not change the fact that time will pass anyway, and it will not change the fact that if I feel this frustrated, I will eventually become so numb to myself that I cannot move anymore, and that it's not something I want for myself, because that will take so much away from you, and you will look back and think, why did I let myself why did I let this happen? Why did I allow myself to be so frustrated all the time and not think once to try to not force myself to not be frustrated anymore, but to be like, okay, what is making me feel frustrated? Why am I feeling frustrated? And why am I being so unfair to myself? And how can I work with this frustration? Because if I work with this frustration, it would mean I need to move in ways of, for me, for example, having to do something creative. Even if I feel like I don't wanna, even if I feel like this is kind of shit. But the thing is, it's fine. If you in the moment think it's shit, you can still later on correct it or make it different. I have certain pieces that I looked at recently and I was like, damn, why this looks like us? But I want to keep it as an archiving piece, and I will show you later maybe. Actually, no, let me get it real quick because I think this is an important point to make. You can still hear me. Let me get it. Let me just show you this. Okay, this piece, this two set I made was for my birthday. Like, what? It's like when I was 19, basically. And this set I wanted to make because I just randomly bought this fabric because I was thinking it's so beautiful. But the thing is, now what I know is this fabric in general wouldn't be very suitable for what, like, maybe not suitable, but it would need more structure. It would need more things to it. But let me tell you something. This was such a beautiful thing to design, and I still love it so much that I am like, I cannot just make something out of it again. This piece also took me a long time because of this. Look at this. All this, all of these, oh my god, they took me such a long time. All of this, all around, down to here. It took me a long time, and I would do so much better now. I'd, first of all, as in like having more patience, and two, being able to figure out a better way to do this skirt. It's a two-piece with this cute bow top. Look at this. It's also in the back is horrible because I think at some point it didn't fit me anymore. By the time I was able to finish this piece, it didn't fit me anymore, and I didn't have any fabric left. That is why it's like this. And then I think I wanted to redo it and I just forgot about it at some point. But you see, like this, for example, I wanted to have it full, but with volume and whatever, but it looks like this. And I now know, okay, I would do this and this to get better at it. But sometimes it's nice, you know, sometimes it's nice to just do things because you're doing them. It doesn't matter if the result is not the most perfect right now. You will get better at it later on. And sometimes it's also nice to look back at certain things and be like, oh, yeah, you know what? Hey, I did get better and I have grown in a way. Because as I said, like, if you were to look like closer at it, like you can see like suddenly it's like very compacted here and suddenly it stops. And it's simply because I didn't have the patience and not enough time that I was able to make it probably like fizzle out in a way that would be nice, cascading down, you know. But yeah. Plus, I actually meant to put more beads on the top as well, but yeah. Yeah, anyway. Anyway, that's just kind of it. I will take a little break to eat my food, which will probably take me like what 10, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I will be gone for 30 minutes and then I will come back and keep streaming because usually I would probably just end it and stream again later. So, yeah. See you. I will enjoy my food and I would just write, make sure, wait, eat the. How do I do this? This is the other thing, right? Because my laptop is so old, my OBS software, I've mentioned it so many times. Why do I keep mentioning it? Because I just need to remind you guys, okay? It's my equipment. Wait, because since I'm not really caring about it, because I know there's no use in caring about it, because my equipment is the best that I have right now. There's no way I can allow myself to feel frustrated, for example, about it as well, because I'm like, yeah, what am I supposed to do? I can just do my best by just presenting myself in the way that I say things and do things and whatever. Because, for example, if I were to try streaming some games, which I will do hopefully this week still, it will be lagging like crazy, just the same way as my streams generally lagging. But anyway, be right back. Anyway, I will be wait. Okay. Oh, shh. It's all over. Okay. Well, I could eat in front of you. I don't. I don't wanna. Let me just turn this down and turn. Anyway, I will be back. I will be back in around 30 minutes. Hi, I'm back. Also, by the way, I bought a new lamp, which is this. You're in the halo, guys. Anyway, I bought it because first it's better. Okay, it's better for my projects, and second, the lighting is better. I can do this. Look, the light, the light. The food was amazing, but maybe it's also because I was super hungry. I had like three browns of my bowl, okay? Anyway, so we are here in my room now. I also, while I was eating, saw in the chat somebody said something, okay? Uh, somebody said something. Let me check. What the heck? What was that? Ähm, Halunkenspei. Oh mein Gott, ich kann nicht lesen. Halunkenspeiunke hat said Tachchen, which is like a way of saying hello in German as well. Sometimes it's less about making the perfect decision or achieving perfect results. Perhaps life becomes happier when, instead of chasing perfection, we aim for good enough. Good enough takes into account the circumstances we are in at the moment. It is a negotiation. Oh my god. Sorry, I just say it like my brain is not braining. It is a negotiation, a compromise between the constraints, consumptions, and the people involved. Who decides when good enough is no longer good enough? Where does the standard, the measure of judgment come from? What gives it the authority to stand above reality as it is and declare this is not enough? First of all, I was just reading it, was not paying attention. I was only reading it. I was not paying attention to what I was reading. So let me read it again. Sometimes it's less. So this was about the topic of me talking like I don't care, detachment, or whatever, right? Like around the time this viewer was. Oh my god, what is happening? Hello. Was uh was chatting. So sometimes it's less about making a Yeah, that's true. It's not like okay, I get it. I get what this person was saying because I said like, oh, like I don't care, right? Like whatever is. I do understand. I think it's a good thing to understand the whatever is right now. It might not be perfect, or maybe it's not a failure. It's just good enough for whatever you have right now. I think that's a very important thing to have in life, but you also need to understand that sometimes when you're living through life, it's also important to not be too complacent with it either. But not too stuck up with failure or perfection as well. You are the one who is deciding when something is good enough, when something is going to be perfect, when something is going to be a failure. If somebody else decides that something is here and there, like let them, okay, let them. It is simply more of a thing of um if I feel right now like I am failing at something, or not failing something because it's not perfect yet, or because simply you lost something, like a game, for example, whatever, um or your project is not as much as you wish it would be. I think what's also important is to understand that, okay, for the moment this is good enough for me, and to become more in sync with this type of thinking in the moment, but also think about it clearly again, or try to think about it clearly again, about how can I work with my emotions in this moment. How can I regulate myself enough to be like, okay, this way I can let go of everything. Nothing has to be good enough. Nothing has to be um perfect. Nothing has to be something that's a failure or whatever. Nothing, no type of status whatsoever. No type of um rating towards it. It's just taking a deep breath and be like, okay, yep, this is what I'm feeling right now. I am feeling it, and it's here in my body. Let's say I'm feeling frustrated, so it's kind of like weighing my shoulders down in a way because I feel like it's adding to something of a different issue that I've had, and I wanted to not add to it, so it's weighing down my shoulders, right? Um, but this way you have to think about it more of a, okay, what can I do right now for myself to be like, okay, at least for the moment, let go. No such thing as good enough or perfect or failing or whatever, right? Um, because right now, for example, I'm feeling amazing with the fact that I'm just streaming. I don't care if there's no music in the background. I don't care if you're not, if somebody's not watching. I don't care, like, for the future, somebody will see this, hear this, whatever. It will come back to me in some way, and I'm gonna be like, oh, yeah, but what will change about me worrying about it right now? Nothing. I would not be able to enjoy the fact that I'm here and that I was able to stay here and stand here and keep streaming even though I was just eating and having a little break and there's no music and it's like doing like whatever. But whatever Halunk and Spelunken said is still um is still a good thing to say and to take into consideration. The thing about like something like you could be happier if you are just okay with something being good enough. I think that's a good point to do to have in general. Like, okay, yeah, this is good enough. Um, but the thing is, you could just easily say something is good enough, but and still feel like you're gonna explode because you have so many feelings about it. That's why it's more. I would say at least. I'm not disagreeing with this person, by the way. I'm just adding to it. It's more of a okay, yes, this is good enough, but then I have to be like, okay, taking a deep breath. Where do I feel it? Well, how do I feel it? Why is this? And then kind of like just take a little moment, let it sit there, and be like, okay, fine. All these things are here, and I'm here, and how can we move on with this without having to harm myself in some type of way? And harming yourself could be also saying like, yeah, yeah, I'm totally fine with this. I'm totally fine with this. Yeah, mm-hmm, totally fine. And then you end up having resentment towards yourself because you were like you couldn't admit that yes, in fact, objectively speaking, like for example, the way my room looks like is good enough for whatever I'm doing right now. But could I say this with full conviction behind it and be like, yeah, good enough? And do I feel calm with it? Do I feel like, you know, what is going on in here and in here? Because if I don't, it's such a disharmony, it's a disarray, and it will come out in ways that you wish maybe it wouldn't. So yeah, I just want to add to whatever this said. Okay, so exactly. Yeah. And the thing about, okay, listen, let me go through it properly. about the who decides when good is enough is no longer good enough. First of all, as I said, it's you, okay? It's always you. Second, where does the standard, the measurement of judgment come from? First of all, is you, always you. If you think you're hearing the standard of whatever is in your mind, it's oftentimes from outside that you've internalized, which is not something you should own. Okay, it's not something you should have taken in the first place. It is not something that belonged to you in the first place, because it belonged to whoever said that about your standard of judgment, you know. What gives the authority to stand above reality as it is? What gives it the authority to stand above? Okay, I think my reading comprehension right now is giving up. What gives it? Oh, this is still about judgment. As I said, it's still you, you know. You can judge all you want about yourself, about others, or whatever. It's still always starts within you. It's always ending within you, and you have to take care of it with a lot of accountability and responsibility, but also being vulnerable and open with the fact that this is happening, that you're being very human, and also correct your ways in some way as well. Because you could sit here and watch this and be like, yeah, whatever I'm doing is amazing, I'm great. But then you have interactions with other people, and other people are telling you, are saying like, oh, this person is horrible, and the way they are acting is horrible, and they're being so entitled and privileged, blah 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 blah, and being such and such person, whatever, right? You could sit here and be like, yeah, I don't care about whatever the other people say. Let me tell you something. You still need to think about it. Like, yes, you can let go of these standards and everything else and whatever other people say. But the thing is, what other people say, as I said, your own judgment and the judgment of others need responsibility and accountability. You know? Because, for example, okay, somebody once said to me in the chat, which I kept thinking about. I was like, not because of how do I say this? Not because of wait, I'm also losing my focus right now. Okay. It's not that I am thinking about it because I'm so because I'm taking it as my own thing. I'm just thinking about it because I'm like, how is this fair to me in a way if I were to see it like this? And am I really being like this? This person said, and I don't care about saying it again. This person said, oh, like, probably just in a joking manner, because as you can see, I have quite the things around me, right? And we are going to be organizing things. So, this person said, oh, like, wow, like, you're almost like a hoarder. Okay. The thing is, I know very well I'm not a hoarder. I know that very well. And this is where exactly the thing comes in. You need to be very sure of your own self identity, of your own self and your identity, okay? Not with arrogancy or anything like that. More of a way of I know that if somebody were to say this, I am not that, because yes, it looks very messy. I have a lot of stuff, but I'm not a hoarder, because I know I can just get rid of my stuff if I have to. I just have a lot of stuff because I know I make a lot of stuff. And it's not just buying things and then hamstering it somewhere and being like, yeah, okay. Because
For example, stickers, right? Stickers. In my case, I buy them, be like, oh, these are so pretty. But the thing is, and then as a kid especially, you'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna keep them for any moment I like special. But the thing is, there's no such thing as keeping it for a special occasion because I still love it. It's still beautiful. I will use it whenever I want to. I will use it because I just like using it. And I I took it upon me to use it because why do I need to have something that I think is so pretty that I shouldn't use it in the first place? That's that's something I don't want anymore, basically. And this is the same way when it applies to clothes. When you wear anything special, yes, okay, certain things, maybe not for the certain occasions, like jogging pants to a formal event, maybe not that, but still, sometimes you have certain, let's say, like a nice pair of pants, and you say like, "Oh, this is for a nice occasion." But the thing is, when is going to be the nice occasion? Because you think it's the standard nice occasion of a formal event, or because you deem something like so bringing out the trash as something like a nice time to take the pants for a ride. I don't know, something like that. You know, I think I think that's a very important thing to understand as well, that you have to look at things in this type of way of, okay, I am very sure of my own identity in this type of way, and I know that I can just let it go. Because I keep thinking like, oh, am I being a hoarder or not? Like, what even counts as at some point? What this is what goes in my mind, right? What counts as being in this type of hoarder state? But like, and then I have to research it and look it up and be like, yeah, no, I don't count into that. The same way as somebody has once said, like, I guess the self-image thing about like, oh, you do like whatever. It's like somebody once said to me, oh, you like it was just a comment on its own, right? Didn't mean anything like malicious or whatever, but they just said that, and I was like, and I kept thinking about it years after, and I was like, oh, that's not true, because I do like the comment was basically like, oh, you don't really have any curves, and I kept thinking about it because I know very well that I do have curves. It's just that not in the way that you would probably think. Like, just because somebody else doesn't have a hourglass shape doesn't mean that somebody else doesn't have curves. You know, even if you are as straight as possible, doesn't mean you don't still have a little bit of a curve. It's just not as visible to you and to others, maybe as it is maybe to you. You know how some streets, you know how sometimes when you're out there, um, how do you call that? On the street, trachea. What do you call that? The streets, the when the cars driving around, stuff like that. What's the word again? Basically, the streets. Sometimes you encounter, like when you're driving somewhere, you encounter streets where you're like, does this count as a curve? Is this a straight? Why is there so many roundabouts? Why is there even a pedestrian walk? Why is there all these type of things? Okay, sometimes certain things are there because they're just there, and sometimes certain things are classified as certain things, even though you think, oh, that's not it though. You know, better example, tomatoes. Um, I think truly classified in a scientific way, or I don't know that much that deeply, but they are considered fruits, right? But we all know, culinarily speaking, that's a veggie, that's a vegetable. I'm a vegetable. You're a vegetable. Um, yeah. So kind of like this type of thing. Like, who cares? Some people eat a tomato like a fruit. They have like actually candied. Um, some people they see it as the whole veggie, and some people they say like, okay, it's both. For me, depending on the use, whatever. Basically, the same way you have always the analogy of, is it the glass? It's the glass, half full, half empty. Is it just a glass? Is it, what is the glass? What is water? All these type of things, right? So it's the same way as these type of things. Like, yes, you can think about. So listen, I like this angle. Certain things, certain things, you can think about them, but they don't. It doesn't mean that it's you just because somebody said it about you. Just because somebody saw my mess and went, oh, this is like a hoarder. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'm not. If you see it like this, you can see it like this. If somebody tells me like, or tells you, oh, you don't have any curves, I'm like, yeah, okay. Well, if you see it in this way, then you see it in this way. I do have curves. It's just not whatever. I don't care. Um, which is also another thing recently where I'm like, I don't care anymore. A recent stream that I did where I was wearing a very beautiful dress, yellow dress. Um, it was more like to my body, you know. I really like the dress, and when I was sitting there, like I was about to stand up, and I was like, oh my god. And then I was like, oh no, why was I thinking that? That's so mean towards myself to be like, oh, because I do like the dress and I love the way I feel in the dress. Who cares if you see a little bit more of whatever? Like, I'm the standard towards myself, you know. So this is always how I talk. I was suddenly just thinking about that, how I was just jumping from one thing to another, and you have no clue what the heck I'm even talking about. I'm so sorry. Anyway, um, 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 yeah, ow. I need a cream. Um, there was something else I wanted to say towards about this. Oh God, whatever. Anyway, I do have a mess behind me. Yes, okay, because these are all the projects. Listen, do you know what this is? Do you know what this pile is? Oh my god. Oh my god. Do you know what this pile is? This pile is a bunch of clothes that I need to alter and clothes that I need to redo, like fully new. And then I have another pile that is just about tearing it up and using it for the fabric. Because I made a conscious choice of buying things, okay? So I have to make the conscious choice of trying to figure out a way to recycle it, reuse it, get rid of it in a way that's friendly towards my own mind and the environment, okay? So yeah. And sometimes I do have to throw things away, and I'm like, God, I hate having to do that. But then I'm having to be more conscious about my future ways, you know. For example, recently I saw a skirt. I really liked it, and I could have made something else out of it, but it had mold on it because I don't know why, but it had mold on it because it's a leather skirt. It's not as breathable, and I guess it had mold in it. It looked like it, and I was like, there's no way I can save it. Yes, I can try with vinegar and stuff like that, but there's no way. Because one, it's also, two, it's also fake leather, and fake leather always ends up flaking, and it looks horrible. And I have so many pieces of old fake leather pieces which have been flaking apart. Like, for example, this bag is it was a gift from my dad, you know. It's a really cute bag, and I don't want to throw it away. But it's flaking. Oh my god, the color balance, holy sh! This is popping. This is popping. That is, it's hop in. I feel like I'm too loud. It's very late, and I'm probably gonna end stream it soon anyway. But this, it's like you can see the spots. It's flaking apart, and I don't want to get rid of it. I will take off all of the fake leather. Unfortunately, it is going to be pieces of plastic, just very tiny pieces of plastic. But I made the point of never ever buying anything with leather, fake leather ever again, and I will have to make sure to spend quite the money if I do want something that's out of leather. But yeah, I want to just paint it. Basically, I will probably paint it or use another type of fabric, or maybe do some beading work on this. Maybe some embroidery. I don't know, but there is a way to also recycle these type of things. Maybe not the way this stuff is flaking off. Then again, you could probably, in a way, when you're doing art or whatever, as a texturizing component to your painting or whatever. But because it does feel like, how do I feel? It's almost, it feels velvety and of course rubbery, because it had two coatings. One, this, the color coating and everything in the shine, and then underneath the coating that's actually more like almost velvety. But anyway, just because things look like this doesn't mean you have to throw them away. It's such a waste. It's such a waste, and it's not only just a waste in a way of like general for you because you like something or whatever. It's just a waste in general because it's going to pollute whatever. And if you make the conscious choice or the unconscious choice of having to buy things, you have to live with the fact that you will contribute to whatever, and you have to make sure to contribute to things in a way that's going to not make it worse, So yeah, that is why I have so much stuff. Oh my god, why is this this anyway, what else? Nothing. Do I have anything else to say? Friend of a friend. Why am I having a so anyway, yeah. For example, this one. I didn't like, this is my camera. This is my beautiful old camera, which I cannot use for this. Because one, this is not compatible. Two, it's not compatible. I know that there is another version of the OBS that could make it work to use the camera, this type of old camera. This is a Nikon D5000 53, okay. Shh, we don't talk about me not being able to read numbers. But yeah, it's not compatible. I cannot get it to work. I've tried it many times and I got very frustrated about it. That's why sadly I cannot use it. But it's fine, for its purpose. I didn't like the strap and I didn't want to make a fully new strap, because that would have annoyed me. So I used some rope that I had and bought this like an anti-slip thing, which does work. It does help, and made this a fully new type of way of tying it. I did record it. I never posted it. I would probably, but I was like, I want something kind of my own, and I have not found something that I like. And then I was like, kind of coming up with something, I guess. Also, I realized just now that there's a part that I didn't do it right. But it's fine. But it's fine. It looks like this, Maybe somebody has come up with it the way I did the knots, but whatever. But it's very nice. Look, it's stable. It's bright. I don't care. It is heavier though because it's hefty. But yeah, will I show you some pictures I took recently? Some vacation pictures. Can I show you something? Yeah. location pictures. First of all, I love. I am so in love. I love the sea. I cannot look at this. It's gorgeous. You can't see it because. But isn't this gorgeous? Isn't this gorgeous? Listen, if you. Wow. Do I have anything else? Anyway. Yeah, I just use this camera for taking pictures, honestly speaking. Like, I can't even film with it because it looks silly. But maybe it's just me. So, I love it. I love the fact that it's so in the way. Anyway. Yeah. Okay. Oh, also, I did say this. I did get this so that you can have audio for if I'm gaming. You know. I've not figured out because I was looking for my setup stuff for the entire week, and I forgot about it because I haven't been streaming games in such a long time. I forgot about it. I forgot where I put it, and I found it recently. So, yeah. I'm gonna be excited to be playing something because recently I bought so many games because of the summer sale. I will show you. Listen. Ooh. Let me show you. I bought all parts of A Life is Strange because I really want to play it. I bought it like a limited edition type, but I can't play it, of course. But I just wanted to have it because it was limited edition. So I really wanted to play all the Life is Strange parts. Then we have Date Everything. That one I wanted to play on stream, or The Night of the Rabbit. This one I like as well. Back then, I remember watching Let's Play, and then I really liked the game. And generally, I do like point and click ones. They are very nostalgic. And of course, any type of like having to, what do you call it, simulation games where you're farming, restaurants, whatever, these type of things. Then we have another game that, of course, I really don't wanted to play are the ones that are. Oh my god, why am I so bright right now? I am light, like I am lit. I'm lit up. Florence, we did play Florence, which was a very beautiful game. But I also really wanted to play some Ottoman games. I wanna I wanna play some Ottoman games, guys. Yeah, what do I? And some silly games that I bought because I was like, yeah, why not? You know, like Brett's, why not? I did play it on my own, and I was like, I can't play this. I would have to play this on stream. Or like some type of other games. There's a lot of games that I really want to play, like, or replay on stream at least. So I am excited to be able to try this setup.
and to try playing games because I really want to do that. Otherwise, I'm not gonna play the games.
Okay. Um. Anyway. Anyway. Oh, I'm getting really warm, but I'm also getting tired because I just ate something. Nope. No. Hey. Anyway. Sorry, somebody would try. Oh god. I'm so full right now. I'm sorry for not talking right now, but I'm. Yeah. Anyway, so. Oh my god! What just connected? It was my Switch. So yeah, we're just about to stop. Yeah. God, I hate my mess. I'm suffering. I'm suffering, guys. Ow! Ah, I just stepped on the thing. Help. Anyway, so why are we? I am having plans for streams. Why do I have so much to do? I hate it. But yeah. First of all, let me just like clear out my space. So what my initial plan is to stream and film at the same time about having to finish my project, which is going to be a long series. And I am going to start with like, because my problem often is that I'm like, okay, I will do this and then this and then this, but it doesn't work in a way of me not doing the other things that I also want to do as well, because these are the things that I also like doing the least. So I have quite a few boxes filled with stuff, and I was thinking about just taking whatever box, like basically like a mystery box. Anything I will grab, I will have to do. Anything that is up for grabs, I will have to do it. No. Yeah. I love how I'm just standing there doing nothing, being on my phone. Okay, you know what we were gonna do? I am going to listen to. We're going to react to some things. I think this is what we're. This is what we. Well, this is what we are going to do. I think I'm just going to turn super tired as well. Recently I saw this in my recommendations, and I was like, oh, I know this guy, and I know he does something really good. And I saw just like a few minutes, and I was like, oh, I need to watch this when I'm streaming. So we will watch this. It's a German video. I will take off my headphones so that you can listen to it. I cannot put it up here, but we will listen to it just because. Which, yeah. I hope you can hear it. So this is a small video by the channel 37 degrees in German. The is translated from German. In German, it's 37 Grad, which is the channel name, and this is like a small like video about a Twitch streamer called Marcant, a German Twitch streamer called Marcant, and he is also does YouTube, of course, but he like is just an amazing person. I like every time I see something from this person, I'm like, damn. And I love it. So we were, but the thing is, I never was really deep into watching anything he made or whatever. I just sometimes see certain things from other people reacting to it, or some YouTube news, and I'm like, ah, okay, yeah, but yeah. So it's not nothing like, it's good basically. So he is somebody, from what I've seen, oftentimes he goes to like uh demos. What do you call this in English? I mean, whatever. You know what? I will switch fully to German. I don't care. I'm so sorry for anybody who will not understand at this point on. I will try to sometimes translate in English and make sure to give you a little bit of a rundown to it. So in general, Marcant he's somebody who just challenges people with different, very right ways, right as in like politically, okay, speaking, um, ways of seeing things, and challenges them in ways where they will think about things a little bit differently. And he does it quite well, so yeah. And while I'm listening to this, I will clean this up. Komplett wert ist, dass jeder Tag das wert ist, sonst würde ich es auch nicht machen, zu sehen, dass Menschen wirklich hassen lassen. Videos geschaut haben, ist ein unbeschreibliches Gefühl. Wenn man jetzt einen Hund, Schäferhund zum Beispiel, mit einem Bulldogger mischt, bleibt trotzdem Hund, oder? Es ist ein Hund, aber es ist eine andere Rasse. Also. So this, I just wanted to translate. He's saying like to this person, so if a dog is a different dog breed, it's still a dog, right? And to this person who he's challenging to, and they're like, yeah, of course. And then he's basically saying like, yeah, I mean, this is literally the point that I'm making, and that you're like kind of like defending right now, basically. To summarize it, please do watch the video. It's this one. I will show you. It's this one, basically. Oh! You can... What the heck? Basically, the title is called Marcant gegen Rechts. Es gibt wenige... Okay, wait. Let me put the title up on this page. Oh. Okay, wait. wait. I need to change. Okay. How do I? Okay. Make it a little bit smaller. No, it's gone. It's gone. The thing. Hey, wait. Water. Isn't this funny? I'm going to when I rewatch this, I'm gonna giggle because I think this is funny. 5 years later, almost there. Okay, we're almost there. Hang in. I'm almost. I'm I think a little bit smaller. This is fine. You can't see anything. Maybe here. Yeah, maybe here. Right up there. Okay. I think this is fine.
Würdest du sagen, Afghanen und Deutsche sind zwei verschiedene Rassen? Rassen nicht, auf jeden Fall nicht. Hast du ja gerade gesagt mit dem Hundebeispiel.
Sich für die Demokratie einzusetzen, in Zeiten, wo der Demokratie gut geht,
Okay, sorry.
nicht viel. Aber wenn sie sich
Bleibt trotzdem Hund, oder? Das ist ein Hund, aber ist eine andere Rasse. Also würdest du sagen, Afghanen und Deutsche sind zwei verschiedene Rassen?
Okay, so basically this dog, sorry, I will have to reiterate. This dog example thing that he did but was more of a that's what you said, that even though a dog is a dog, there's a race, right? This is what I was saying.
Nicht, auf jeden Fall nicht. Hast du ja gerade gesagt mit dem Hundebeispiel.
sich für die Demokratie einzusetzen, in Zeiten, wo es der Demokratie gut geht,
that was a
das kostet
bad
nicht viel.
translation. I'm
Aber
so
wenn sie sich
sorry.
für die Demokratie einsetzen, wenn sie gerade erodiert, dann ist das mit persönlichen Einbußen verbunden.
Es hat sich alles geändert. Also positiven wie auch im negativen natürlich. Es gibt wenige Todeslisten, auf denen ich nicht stehe. Und super viele Leute wollen sich aufhören zu machen. Das auf unterschiedlichste Art und Weise. Ich bin Marc, auf Social Media eigentlich unter Marcant zu finden. Bin 23 Jahre alt, werde bald 24. Kurz gefasst würde ich sagen.
Which is crazy. Ich dachte immer, er ist ein bisschen älter. Aber es ist irgendwie auch gut, weißt du, dann siehst du so, ja, jemand so jüngeres, so, ich meine, ja doch schon, jüngeres, ist so, ja, noch richtig schön in einer Richtung aktivistisch unterwegs, wie du das sonst so nicht so siehst. At least würde ich mal sagen, so sehe ich das nicht so oft, wie halt sonst. Aber vielleicht bewege ich mich einfach da nicht so ganz drumherum, dass ich das so sehe. Weil ich finde, die Art von den Snippets, die ich immer sehe, von den Clips, von den ganzen kleinen paar Videochen, die ich so sehe von ihm, ich finde, es ist halt auch einfach eine gewisse Art, wie er an sich redet und auch an sich, wie er zu gewissen Dingen steht und wie er zu sich selber steht. Und ich finde, das gibt's in ganz gewissen Aktivisten an sich, die das so verkörpern in einer Art und Weise, dass wenn du mit denen redest, auch wenn du genau die Person bist, wo eben gerade so ein bisschen mehr aktivistische Sachen passieren, du bist genau dann die Person, die halt sich auch erst mehr angesprochen fühlt, weil es ist halt, wie soll ich sagen, es entsteht eine gewisse Art von Welle, die einen nicht so mitreißt oder wegreißt. Es ist eine Welle, wo du sagst, hey, lass uns beide mal drauf surfen, ein bisschen quatschen miteinander. Und wenn du von deinem Board fällst, sofort von deinem Board, dann hat es nicht geklappt. So, weißt du, was ich meine? Und du probierst es halt öfters und öfters. Mit manchen Leuten doch nochmal das irgendwie hinzubekommen. So. Sorry.
Eigentlich nerven Nazis auf Straßen. Hast du Lust auf ein Interview? Die längere Fassung wäre, ich versuche mit Menschen möglichst auf Augenhöhe zu sprechen und gerade Jugendliche, die irgendwie auf dem falschen Weg sind, halt wirklich im Neonazi-Spektrum sind oder rechtes Gedankengut haben, irgendwie davon wegzubringen oder aufzuklären und auch generell die Gesellschaft irgendwie mitzunehmen und auf bestimmte Themen aufmerksam zu machen. Herzlich willkommen aus Berlin, das zweite Mal vor unseren besorgten Bürgern. Mal schauen, was sie uns zu sagen haben. Let's go, viel Spaß. Ich will verstehen, warum ihr hier seid. Eure Meinung. Für was? Und was ist das Problem? Also, warum für Deutschland? Jeder soll sein Land lieben können, ohne dafür belangt zu werden. Ich liebe auch mein Land. Ich bin auch deutsch. Ich habe schon immer YouTube gemacht. Also ich habe mit 12 angefangen, irgendwie Minecraft-Videos zu erstellen, einfach weil ich Spaß dran hatte und habe dann irgendwann 3 Jahren so ein bisschen einfach über gesellschaftliche Themen geredet, über den TikTok-Kanal, aber auch über irgendwelche Promis, die irgendwas gemacht haben.
Das wusste ich nicht mal. Schau mal, ich finde es super interessant, das so zu lernen über ihn. Ja, dass er einfach an sich auch dieses ganze Zeug einfach auch weitermacht und dass sich das einfach so in einer Weise so organisch transformiert hat. Ja, würde ich mal so sagen.
Interessiert hat. Und dann irgendwann war ich auf TikTok, habe da durchgescrollt und habe irgendwie immer
Ich finde das schön. Ich finde das schön, wenn ich das sehe bei anderen Leuten.
Mädchen, junge Jungs, die rechtsextreme Lieder gelipsingt haben und ich habe mir so gedacht, das kann nicht sein. Also,
okay.
Ich mein, vor 80 Jahren war der Holocaust und jetzt werden Holocaust verherrlichende Lieder gelipsingt von 14-jährigen Mädchen. Irgendwas stimmt hier nicht.
Ja,
und dann habe ich angefangen, einfach öffentlich drüber zu reden. White Power.
I want to say this in English again for the people who like are still watching, even though most of it is in German now, or like at least are trying to watch this. I don't know, like I do know, I can picture it, but I don't really know for sure the reason and the rise of German's history coming back again in this very sickening way. It is because of our politics as much as it is because of social media, as much as it is because of the way parents are not parenting their children anymore. How can you just stand by and watch? Then again, and because this is the thing, right? If you look at like statistics now, more teens and kids and the ones that are now 18 and a little bit above are the ones that are the most on a very right side that I don't like, to say in this type of way, basically. They, because the thing is, you could have loving parents, but if your loving parents are not parenting you in a way of truly like explaining to you certain things or showing you the way the world is in a more nicer way, in a way without, like, basically I'm saying, like, if your parents are still loving but still made you an iPad kid, you will learn such things, and your parents are just being neglectful, if I were to say that. I know it sounds very crass, but this is the way it is. This is why there's so many more children and teens and young adults out there being and behaving like this in the first place. And it's also, the other thing is the fact that a lot of people are also enabling it by looking the other way, not saying anything, whatever, you know.
Was denn auch sonst? Das singt sie und zeigt sie mit ihrer Hand. Drei Finger nach oben ist quasi das B für White und das Handgelenk, was nach unten geht, das ist quasi das P für Power. Ich versuche in dieser Serie wirklich nicht gemein zu sein. Es soll jokig sein mit einem Mix aus sachlicher Aufklärung. Wie würdest du sagen, hat dein Engagement dein Leben verändert? Vor einem Jahr habe ich studiert. Ich habe so ein normales, also relativ normales Studentenleben geführt, würde ich sagen. Und ja, dann ist es irgendwie relativ schnell durch die Decke gegangen, alles, was ich so parallel gemacht habe. Und jetzt hat sich so mein Leben eigentlich um 180 Grad gedreht. Servus. Heute fahren wir nach Dresden aufgrund von der 81-jährigen Bombardierung Dresdens 1945 vom 13. Februar. Genau, und die...
Das erinnert mich auch, kleine Erinnerung, natürlich, man muss ja in der 10. Klasse hier zu diesen Orten gehen, in Geschichtsunterricht. Und ich kann mich erinnern, als sie dahin gegangen sind, es für mich, also das andere, okay, wie soll ich das sagen? Also das erste wäre, für mich hat sich das ein bisschen befremdlich fast angefühlt, aus dem Grund, weil ich halt auch an sich mich ziemlich befremdlich in diesem Land so fühle, weil wenn die Leute sowieso dich schon so behandeln, mit Rassismus, Diskriminierung, keine Ahnung was, dann ist es so befremdlich irgendwie sowas anzuschauen und gleichzeitig spürst du das erst recht. At least würde ich das sagen, zumindest, wie gesagt, für mich. Es hat sich befremdlich, zugleich aber auch sehr familiär in diesem. Nee, nein, sorry. Ich kann nicht sagen, das kann ich nicht sagen. Ich habe es gerade gesagt, aber ich kann es nicht so zulassen und so stehen lassen. Ich habe einfach sehr viel dahinter gespürt, weil ich mir denke, so, hey, wenn ich in dieser Zeit gewesen wäre, ich weiß einfach nicht, was ich sagen soll. Mein Herz zerbricht einfach nur, wenn ich daran denke. Aber es hat sich auch irgendwie ein bisschen befremdlich für mich angefühlt, wenn ich die anderen zugesehen habe, wie sie sich das alles anschauen und anhören und mir denke, wie weit für dich entfernt diese ganze Realität ist, nicht nur, weil es geschichtlich von der Zeit so weit entfernt ist, sondern weil du gerade diese Person bist, die den ganzen Leben lang niemals wirklich das spüren würde, diesen Hass, den andere auf dich haben, so grundlos wie es auch ist, deswegen hat sich das befremdlich gefühlt. Ich weiß nicht, wie ich das sonst beschreiben soll, aber es hat sich so befremdlich angefühlt, so die anderen Leute zu sehen, die anderen aus meiner Klasse zu sehen, wie sie so das alles aufnehmen und sonst was, aber auch für mich an sich in meiner eigenen Haut, mit meinen eigenen Erfahrungen und dann halt noch gleichzeitig drauf zu gucken, halt so außerhalb von mir und außerhalb von dem um mich herum. Diese ganze Sache zu sehen, von dieser ganzen diesen ganzen Ausflug basically war einfach crazy. Ich habe versucht, auch mit meinem Lehrer damals ein bisschen darüber zu reden, weil ich war auf jeden Fall schon, ich glaube, was mich, ich möchte auch nicht wirklich sagen, wo ich war und wann es war und so, weil, ja. Aber auf jeden Fall, ich weiß noch, wir sind an einem gewissen Punkt durchgegangen. Wir sind nur durchgegangen, weil wir mussten durchgehen. Wir mussten halt zurück wieder. Und ich weiß nicht warum, aber ausgerechnet dieser Platz hat mich am meisten angesprochen, wo ich halt super viele Fragen hatte, ich habe keine Antworten richtig bekommen auf meine ganzen Fragen. Ähm, und ich glaube, ich müsste sogar tatsächlich nochmal zurück. Einfach nur, um mir das im jetzigen Alter nochmal anzusehen. Weil ich denke, es ist schon wichtig, dass man den Teenies das zeigt und dass man diese Dinge sieht. Aber ich glaube, es ist immer nochmal wichtig, auch als erwachsene Person, das sich nochmal so anzuschauen. Auch wenn das super unangenehm ist. Ich denke mal, es ist sehr, sehr wichtig, dass man diese Sache sich nochmal anschaut im Erwachsenenalter. Denn vor allem für mich, wir haben uns nicht so stark beschäftigt, wie ich das mir gedacht habe, weil ich immer gedacht habe, so, oh, Deutschland würde sich doch dafür, würde doch, würde ja über ihre eigene Geschichte und sowas reden und all diese Sachen. Ich sage nicht, dass wir das nicht getan haben, aber ich sage, es hat für mich persönlich nicht gereicht, vor allem, weil ich eben nicht gerade diesen Ort als den schönsten Ort gesehen habe in dieser Zeit, weil ich vor allem mich einfach so befremdlich gefühlt habe. Ich meine, ich fühl mich immer noch manchmal so ein bisschen fremd, tatsächlich hier. Aber ich muss schon auch sagen, es hat lange gebraucht, dass ich sage, hey, ich fühle mich schon hier zu Hause, weil es ist hier, ich bin halt trotzdem deutsch in einer gewissen Weise. Ähm, ja. Ja. Hm. So würde ich das zumindest sagen. So hat sich das angefühlt, diese ganze Sache so zu erfahren. Ähm, Es hat sich auf jeden Fall auch sehr, wow, also dieses Gefühl auch, da durchzugehen und das zu hören, das war wirklich auch was ganz anderes. Also vielleicht liegt es auch an mir, weil ich das natürlich ein bisschen mehr spüre, weil ich halt dazu ein bisschen mehr veranlagt bin, aber es war echt, wow. Ja, aber also ich denke mal, es ist wichtig, dass man sich das trotzdem nochmal anschaut, diese ganzen Geschichtssachen und sonst was. Und dass man da einfach nochmal darüber nachdenkt, auch im Erwachsenenalter. Es ist mir egal, ob du nicht daran interessiert bist oder nicht. Es ist wichtig. Es ist wichtig, weil es für dich und die Zukunft wichtig ist, dass du solche Sachen weißt. Ich kann mich erinnern, ich bin auf eine Doku gestoßen, weil die einfach mir recommended wurde und ich dachte mir so, okay, ich schaue sie mir an. Ähm, und ich habe mich auch irgendwie dazu gefühlt, einfach mir in diesem Moment eine Doku anzusehen. Es war eine Doku ähm, was war das? Hier, die LGBT-Community während dieser Zeit. Ähm, und ich habe schon ein bisschen weinen müssen währenddessen, weil ich mir dachte, so, wow. Und nicht nur das, sondern auch nochmal darüber nachzudenken und ein bisschen darüber zu recherchieren, dass es noch viel mehr gibt, was nicht mal in dieser Doku ist. Und nicht nur, weil es nicht in der Doku ist, sondern weil einige Sachen einfach ausgelassen werden. Weil manche Sachen eben auch nicht in der Perspektive erzählt werden, wie zum Beispiel von der Frauen. Leid ist immer noch Leid in dieser Art und Weise, aber du musst trotzdem daran denken, wie benachteiligt trotzdem man ist, als Frau, als Kind, als wer auch immer, auch aus solchen sehr traumatischen Tragödien solche Sachen zu erzählen und berichten. Und to say this in English again, I was talking about my experience with having gone to, because in Germany, when you go to school and in the 10th grade, at least for certain schools, because German school system, you know, deems other people that are a little bit lower as not qualified to be able to know about history in this type of way, basically, by the way. But in 10th grade, you're going to visit these type of sites, right? The historical sites of, well, the Nazi side, basically, of Germany, historically speaking. And I will not mention. God, I'm so sorry. I will not mention where I was, on when I was there. But I'm just telling you about the fact that I felt very like, how do you say this? I felt like, what's the English word? Basically, I didn't feel like like I belong there, but I also felt like I do belong there, because with the fact that I have racism around me and discrimination in any type of other way around me, because it is regarding me, where I felt like okay, wait, I need to look up this word, because I think this. Yeah, okay. I feel like the English translation is not really hitting exactly this type of word that I've used in German. The translation would be of the word befremdlich is bizarre, disconcerting, or strange, unsettling. I feel like it's not really the. I don't know. I feel like it's not really. I don't know. I don't feel like it's really there, but basically, it just feels very like, yeah, just maybe disconcerting. Maybe would hit it a bit better in this type of way, to use the word for, to be at this site and to go through watching, listening, seeing these type of things, right? There was a part that we were walking through, because we had to walk through, that for some reason bothered me more and moved me a bit more to ask a bit more questions and whatever, that sadly I couldn't get any answer to, like, properly, and left me quiet. Like, it just left me there with nothing. And so my experience was in general like very disconcerting, because of the reason that I have had these experiences in a way that and then seeing other people listening to whatever and whatever is. Yes, you can have empathy, you can have a certain type of tag, but the thing is, seeing other people hearing about these type of things, I was like, the thing is, I don't think, like, especially I'm talking about very much the German ones, and let me tell you something, I was the only Asian in my class. And I would say that I was also, we basically, my school is a very, it's not as diverse in a way, okay? I think that now it probably is, but back then when I was in school, basically, I think I only saw like maybe 2 3 more Asians next to me. Like East Asians at least next to me. I didn't see anybody else. But maybe it's also because I basically didn't see them, or in proximity, you know, or because literally we didn't have that many East Asians in our school. Anyway, so it was also feeling very, like, it felt bizarre to see the others in this type of way, because I'm like, I know you can feel the pain and suffering, but I know that you will not be able to feel it in this type of way that will make you truly like take you away in heartbreak. If I don't know how else I'm supposed to explain it right now in English, in the way I said it in German just now. But yeah, it just felt very bizarre. What as I said just now, sorry, I really have to focus on thinking what I just said in German and try to translate it properly in English. But we will go back into the video in a bit, okay? Was that even when you're an adult, you still have to do things that you're not interested in, especially when it comes to your country and the history of it. But also maybe some things that are outside of your country. I believe is the most important thing, of course, to look at these type of things. I was saying that I would probably have to go back to one of these sites to look at them properly in my adult eyes and go through it and take my own time for it. Because taking it in on your own and asking the questions and trying to find answers for it is sometimes you will find more than you will when you went to a educational trip with your school, right? So it's very different. Yeah. Plus, I was talking about like how there was one time where I saw a documentary about the LGBT people community in general around this time, and it made me like tear up because I was like, wow, like first of all, it was a very well done documentary. I don't even remember anymore which channel it was and who would like I don't remember anymore. But it made me question as well all the voices that have been unheard, not because they haven't been heard, because sadly they couldn't be heard anymore, but also those that were chosen not to be heard from, you know, because even in historical events that are as tragic and traumatizing and everything like that, there's still a lot of things that people do not want to hear from certain people from, even in modern times. Because I mean, why? If that would not be true, then you would be open to hearing from a woman, from a child, and from a gay man, a trans person, or whatever, right? And be open to it, and be able to take in whatever is being said. But that's not the case, and that's exactly also why we have so many things that we call a gender pay gap, science gap, whatever, health, whatever, all these type of things, right? So I think you get what I'm saying. So let me go. First of all, let me also look into the chat just to know if I'm even having somebody chatting. No. It's fine. I'm just checking because I know very well I'll never look at it. Anyway, let me go back into the video, which reset it again. Nope. It's just 3 minutes in and I was talking and talking and talking.
Heute fahren wir nach Dresden und von der 81-jährigen Bombardierung Neonazis versammeln sich da heute, um ihre geschichtsrevisionistische Sachen voranzutragen. Ja, kurz und knapp treffen sich 2000 Nazis, um Opfermythos zu erschaffen, dass dass die Deutschen die Leidtragenden sind im Zweiten Weltkrieg und von all den Verbrechen, die da passiert sind. Ich muss hier kurz rein. Hast du mehr Angst, dass die Technik nicht funktioniert oder mehr Angst, dass Nazis dich verprügeln heute? Weiß nicht. Bisher war ich ja immer im Schnitt aktiv, aber jetzt so dabei zu sein, schon so. ist voller Adrenalin. Also ich bin auch normalerweise ein relativ zurückhaltender Mensch, gar nicht so extrovertiert. Ich mutiere so ein bisschen zu einem anderen Wesen und spreche dann einfach mit den Menschen.
You know, das ist aber auch eine sehr, sehr gute Sache, wenn du if you're somebody who's normally introverted, but you become more extroverted, more able to adapt socially in a way, I think that's like a very good sign of something that you're doing that is exactly right for you. Because like I would say, and not only that, but I would also say that about certain people that I believe have quite the vision of life in front of them. Just saying, no, a little bit tidbit, you know.
Heute Morgen erste Nachricht, die ich gelesen habe, war tatsächlich: Du bist so ein Hurensohn, du linker Drecksjude. Wenn ich dich treffen würde, wärst du einen Kopf kürzer, du linke Schwuchtel. Warte mal ab, du Missgeburt. Missgeburt mit einem S.
Basically, he was just reading a comment.
Hier auch Beweis, dass ich das nicht mir ausdenke.
Weil es einfach nur krass. Einfach nur. Wie kann man nur.
Grüße nach Lippstadt an der Stelle. Wir kommen natürlich nicht vorbei. Hat sich alles geändert. Also im Positiven wie auch im Negativen natürlich. Vor allem meine Sicherheit. Ich habe super viele Vorsichtsmaßnahmen ergriffen. Ich habe mein Umfeld auch ein bisschen
Oh mein Gott.
geschmälert.
Ich hoffe, mein Video wird nicht, wird nicht gesperrt. Wegen der Musik im Hintergrund.
Ah! Ich habe eigentlich alles gekappt aus meinem alten Leben, was irgendwie kappbar war. Schaue ich mich um. Ich weiß, wer hinter mir ist. Ich scanne die Leute. Also ich habe so einen, ich nenne es manchmal so meinen sechsten Instinkt. Ich schaue mir an, okay, wie sehen die aus? Es gibt einschlägige Nazi-Marken. Was für einen Haarschnitt haben die? Natürlich nicht jeder mit einer Glatze ist ein Nazi, aber mit mehreren Faktoren passe ich ein.
Okay. Schau mal, da muss ich jetzt wirklich sagen, ich hasse es, wenn Leute sagen, ja, aber du kannst doch you can't judge by a book by its cover. Yes, you can. I was talking about it earlier, about judgment, you know. You can befall judgment on somebody, but you have to hold yourself and other people accountable and responsible and be vulnerable with that and correct your ways if it's there. Because yes, not every blah 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 is like this, but not blah blah blah, okay? But these type of things, being able to judge and have judgment is important to have because this helps with discernment and nuances and being able to keep you safe. But also, you also need to feel safe within yourself in times where it is not necessarily a threat. I'm just saying, just a very important thing. Because my God, I hate it when people go, you can judge somebody by blah, blah, blah. How can you know? How can you know? I know. Okay, in the same way, you look at me and you just know that I am this and this and that. You know, I look at somebody else and I'm like, yeah, I just know. Because certain points in somebody's experience of life that manifests in their body in this type of way is just something you can see.
Schneller auf. Sehe es eigentlich immer kommen, wenn mich jemand anspricht. Egal ob, hey, coole Videos oder hey, verpiss dich. Willkommen aus Dresden. Vor 81 Jahren ist hier Bomber Harris mit seinen Jungs rübergeflogen. Hat angeblich 250.000 bis 300.000 Menschen ermordet. In Wahrheit waren es 25.000. Jeder Tod ist natürlich ein Tod zu viel. Vor 2 Wochen übrigens Gedenktag. Wir fragen, ob sie da auch trauern oder ob es nur die deutschen nicht-jüdischen Opfer betrauert werden. Viel Spaß, lasst ein Like und ein Abo da und wir gehen jetzt zur Demo. Let's go. Servus, möchten Sie ein paar Aussagen tätigen?
Können sich gerne nachher an Herrn Brück wenden, der gibt Interviews, der ist ja presseverantwortlich.
Okay. Ja, das mache ich auf jeden Fall. Und in der Zwischenzeit werde ich noch Interviews mit anderen führen.
Das wäre total schön, wenn Sie sich dran halten würden, dass Anfragen und Interviews rein über den Pressesprecher abgehandelt werden. Einfach um den Charakter dieses Trauermarsches und dieser Gedankenveranstaltung zu wahren, dass Sie die Teilnehmer der Veranstaltung nicht gestört werden.
Also Sie brauchen sich da gar keine Sorgen machen. Wenn mir jemand das klar kommuniziert, dann gehe ich immer wieder. Und wenn jemand mit mir reden möchte, dann ist ja das ein gutes Recht.
Dann kommuniziere ich, dass Interviews nur über einen.
Das ist ganz totalitär.
Das mag so sein, Aber diese Veranstaltung würde die.
Nee, Deutschlands Regeln. Artikel 5, Grundgesetz.
I love this guy so
dann machen wir
much.
direkt mal weiter.
Like,
Einen wunderschönen guten Tag. Was führt euch heute zu diesem Trauermarsch? Warum trauert ihr heute?
Bist du
Ich möchte mich aber nicht verpissen. Warum trauern Sie?
den Nazi-Begriff, das ist Propaganda, dass wir alle als Nazi.
aber das ist auch so, das ist auch immer so eine gute Frage. Oh mein Gott, das erinnert mich an etwas. Sorry. Guys, listen, this basically what's happening right now in the video, if I were to translate it for you, okay? He is at this like event in this place in Dresden. Sorry, I have no clue what's the English word of Dresden. Because I know that some cities have it and some cities don't have like an English name. But like he's there visiting this site where there's this event, this like morning event, but there's also a lot of neo-Nazis, and he wants to talk to them, blah blah blah, blah. But also if somebody wants to talk to him, of course he can, like, whatever. And he was, and just in the moment he was like trying to talk to people and asking them, like, why are you here, what are you like mourning, like what are you grieving about, right? And they were like, no, I don't wanna, and then like insulting him. So the thing is, I just want to give you a little thing in story time, okay? This is always taking longer than expected. First of all, I remember when the pandemic happened and people were like Black Lives Matter happened and Stop Asian Hate, all these movements happened, right? Started moving even more internationally, because I know damn well that all these things have been going on for such a long time, and I've been speaking upon that. Like, I remember very distinctively, I was talking about this in class one time, and they were like, I didn't know. Like, yes, of course. And then there was the usual comment of, yeah, but that's the US. And I'm like, it doesn't matter if it's the US or not. It's still the same issue would still be here as well. Maybe less with the guns and everything, but still have a similar issue. Which would be racism. Just to clarify, in case you didn't catch up to me. So back then I remember there were some people going to certain how do you call this in English? Yeah, it's called demonstrations. But it's not the right word, I feel like. March. Those marches, you know, demonstrations. Yeah, I think they're still like whatever. I'm trying. I remember there were certain people around me that went to these type of things, were talking about these type of things. With like, I'm an ally, I am like here, blah blah. And you were exactly the person where I was like, you weren't even listening when I told you about the fact that you were being racist towards me or towards somebody else around me. Not only that, but who are you to say just because somebody keeps telling you, like, oh, keeps having this conversation with you, that, oh no, like, I'm doing enough. I remember that. I'm sorry. If this person sees this, I don't care, because that shook me to my core to see that, to hear that, experience it. I was like, whoa, you need to back off right now, because there's no such thing as you talking about this and being like, oh, I'm an ally, but then saying like, I'm doing enough. Why do I always have to listen to it? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because these people and me have to live through it. So you are to be here, standing here telling me that, oh, I've had enough of hearing this, blah, 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 blah. Or like, oh, I am doing something. Oh, like, oh. first of all, there's these type of people, and second, there's these type of people that I remember went to these marches, these demonstrations, without even knowing what the heck it was about, like without even having any spine, basically going there without any spine, just going there because you're like, haha, gatherings. I don't even know what to say. This is why, for me personally, I don't really go often to like demonstrations or such, because I'm like, I have to think about it very much whether or not I am truly standing within myself to be able to get out there and march like this. I have been on demonstrations before, but I don't do it as much either anymore as well. But yeah, but it's not like I've done. Okay, wait. To give you a better picture, I think I went to demonstrations like what, three times in my life, so it's not much, you know. Every time I see them, I'm like, I wish I could, I wish I would. Oftentimes, those that I want to go to happen when I am at work or something. But whatever. Yeah. I mean, I would also like to tell you that it's fine not to be somebody who goes on demonstrations. You don't have to go. You can be somebody that really cares for these type of topics without having to go to these things, right? Because then vice versa, there's people that go to these events, go to these marches, demonstrations, whatever, but outside don't care out of it, about it at all, you know. Then that's all there is. So it's going to be like reverse type of thing. So you have to figure it out for yourself. But what's worse is going somewhere, especially to these type of events, and be like, yeah, I'm just here for the vibes. Okay.
Ich habe gar nicht gesagt, dass jeder hier ein Nazi ist. Ich habe gesagt, dass es eine Nazi-Veranstaltung ist, weil sie von einem Nazi und einer Nazi-Organisation veranstaltet werden. Ich verurteile nicht jeden hier, weil ich nicht mit jedem gesprochen habe. Aber jeder, der das weiß, was das hier für eine Veranstaltung ist und trotzdem passiert, macht sich auch mitschuldig und ist Teil davon.
Sprich, also, Marcant.
Ich sehe hier keine Nazi. Okay. Wollen wir mal rumgehen und uns das anschauen? Warum sehe ich hier Thor-Steiner-Klamotten? Warum sehe ich schwarze Sonnen, die auf Klamotten sind? Warum laufen hier verurteilte Nationalsozialisten rum, die auch sich selbst so nennen? Ja, dann machen Sie mal die Augen auf und schauen Sie sich mal an, mit wem Sie hier gemeinsam marschieren, okay? Aber danke, dass Sie sich auf das Gespräch eingelassen haben, und ich wünsche Ihnen noch einen schönen Tag.
Genau, und das ist halt auch noch, this is also a thing, he just said exactly what I was just talking about for the last, I don't know, 10 minutes or something, about like, the people that are going and not knowing that they're even there. There's also some type of people that go there and think that this is normal. This is not, because they don't even realize this is exactly what you're looking at and doing in your life. Right? Like, why would you? Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know.
Dresden war auf jeden Fall eine Erfahrung, die ich so noch nicht gesammelt habe. Ältere Nazis, das hat man gemerkt, also auf jeden Fall der Altersdurchschnitt war erheblich älter als auf anderen Veranstaltungen. Es war eher so Altkader, die überall aus Deutschland angereist sind.
Ich habe Marcant jetzt als sehr entspannten Menschen kennengelernt, der auch sehr routiniert damit umgeht. Der hat sich ja auch im Vorfeld bei uns schon Bescheid gesagt, dass er kommt. Wir haben uns die Erreichbarkeiten ausgetauscht, also sehr professionell. Polizeilich ist das ein bisschen schwierig, weil wir natürlich den Grundansatz haben, eigentlich die beiden Lager voneinander zu trennen. Er macht ja nur das Gegenteil. Also das Format ist ja darauf ausgelegt, in Kontakt zu kommen. Da haben wir immer ein komisches Bauchgefühl dabei, wenn man sich so nah ist, weil er natürlich auch das Rückgriff hat, was sie auch erfüllen wollen. Und das ist ein bisschen Spagat.
Ja, für die Polizei ist es natürlich am besten, wenn wir nicht da sind, weil dann haben die weniger zu tun. Aber es ist ja schon ihre Aufgabe, sowohl die Demo zu beschützen, als auch die Pressearbeit zu beschützen. Dementsprechend kann ich es verstehen, dass sie da keine große Lust drauf haben, aber es ist leider Gottes ihre Aufgabe und ihre Pflicht als Beamte und Schützer des Grundgesetzes. Seid ihr auch hier am Drehen oder was?
Ja, wir haben uns gedacht, wir waren noch nie auf einer Demo und wollen uns das eigentlich mal anschauen. So ein bisschen, ich bin ein bisschen inspiriert von dir natürlich.
Ja, ist doch geil. Ich freue mich. Ja, vielleicht seid ihr erfolgreicher als ich. Ich bin inzwischen zu groß, mit mir wollen sie nicht mehr reden, aber vielleicht könnt ihr euch so durchsneaken.
Genau, das ist eigentlich der
Ja, viel Erfolg.
Aber ich finde es schön, diese Realität auch zu sehen in seiner Arbeit, dass, weil er einfach weiß, auch er ist ein bisschen größer als vielleicht andere Leute, die Interviews machen, dass auch viele Leute auch. Sorry, was laber ich? Sorry. Ich habe einfach nur weitergelabert. Ich finde es schön zu sehen, dass er erkennt, dass durch seine Reichweite es schwer ist, manchmal auch diese Gespräche zu haben aus dem Grund, weil es halt auch viel bewegt und viel macht. Und es ist aber auch schade, weil es sich bestimmt auch manchmal ein bisschen doof anfühlt. Aber ich glaube, so wie er rüberkommt, ist ziemlich gut hinbekommt.
Ist schon inspirierend. Vor allem, denke ich mal, für die Jugend. Ich denke mal, es ist heutzutage schon schwer, irgendwie seine eigene Meinung irgendwie beizubehalten. Und verstehst du, was ich meine, ne? Und macht er eine gute Arbeit.
Where's my game capture
Ich denke mal,
card?
er ist halt noch manchmal ein bisschen jung, ein bisschen grün hinter den Ohren. Ich hoffe halt, dass er da noch ein bisschen reifer manchmal wird, aber so im Großen und Ganzen ist er sehr inspirierend, denke ich.
Beschreibst du anderen Tode-Mark? Wie funktioniert Methode-Mark? Soll ich mein Geheimrezept verraten? Ich dachte, Zauberer machen das nicht. Ich bereite mich nicht vor. So gebucht oder so, sondern ich spreche einfach mit denen und versuche irgendwie erstens zu verstehen, okay, warum denkst du das? Du hast ja auch Wild Race, ne?
Schau mal, aber das ist so eine Sache, ich finde es so wichtig, deswegen zu reden. Also schau mal, okay, I will switch back to English. He's talking about, like, I think it's important to talk to these people and ask them, like, why are you thinking like this? This is a little bit of my life. One time I was talking to somebody about this, how they could not be friends with somebody who has not similar values when it comes to certain political things. And first of all, I thought it was kind of interesting because there have been a lot of things where I was like, we are not politically on par on certain things, right? So I was like, so basically not your friend in a way. Like, what is happening? And it's like, it doesn't have to be like the most like, oh, right and left wing type of thing. It's more of a, sometimes certain values is also about like, somebody doesn't care about the environment, but somebody cares more about social things, you know. As an example, which was this type of case for me at least, and I don't know if this person saw it as well or not, but I saw it when they were talking to me like this, and I was like, oh, interesting. And for example, also certain other things where I was like, okay, we are similar, but there's still certain things where it's what do you, not disarray, but it's I was just thinking about this word, oh my god, whatever, but not disarray, but it's, I don't know, but anyway, I was trying to argue with this person that it's still important to talk to somebody that like doesn't really value the same thing as you do. Like, yeah, maybe becoming friends is difficult, but it's still important to talk to them regardless. They were like, no, like I could never agree with this. I was like, yeah, but it's still important because if you're not open to these type of people, like, even you don't have to agree with them, but it's important to still give it space to be talked about. Okay, you don't have to give it space to accept it, and to allow it to happen, but you can at least give space for the other person to be heard in its ways that don't agree with you. Because sometimes it even just takes a little bit of hearing the other person to be able to tell them like, hey, like this and this, but the way that you're thinking, all that, that's kind of like, and as I said, it doesn't have to be like these very strong extremes. Sometimes when you're also talking, maybe you have encountered this as well, when you're talking to a friend maybe or family or whatever, and you're arguing like about something, like, okay, best example would be like this discourse about like, oh, pizza with pineapple or pizza pineapple without pineapple. Like if you were to hear somebody else's opinions, I think you can be like, yeah, okay, you have your opinion, I have mine. But I would be like, okay, I didn't think about that in this type. Like, first of all, I'm not this strong about pineapple and pizza and pineapple without pizza, whatever. I meant pizza on pineapple. No, wait, no, sorry, pineapple on pizza and pizza without pineapple on it. I'm not strong about that. I'm like, I don't care. First of all, and second, that says more things about you culinarily speaking, that you cannot see the way how beautiful, sweet, and savory fit together. Okay. Or it could be whatever you are going through. I don't know about you. Okay, whatever. So, but for example, this is a thing where I could be like, okay, well, why do you see it like this? And I'm like, okay, well, whatever. But then it's more of a, if you don't have to agree with it. You don't have to change your taste, but at least you've been heard, and you are able to later on think like, oh, actually, maybe I should try it. Maybe I should try it, or maybe I will be able to see it in a different type of way. At least that's what I think. Like I have had enough people that I've talked to where I'm like, surely not having same values at all. But where it was enough to hear sorry, I don't know, hear them out and be like, okay, yeah, yes. And I thought it was still a successful thing to talk about, to at least hear why this person is thinking like this, because it opens up so much more in possibilities instead of just shutting them down. Like if you see it like this, okay, in a way of when you talk to a child, shutting a child down all the time, even though you know they're wrong in the way it's thinking and the child is thinking, that will not make the child feel safe to ever like say anything to you again, or will eventually turn around and be like, you know. And that, I believe, is similar in the way you act with other people, talking to them when it's especially about your values and very political values as well. I think it's still important to be able to hear other people. And every time I look at politicians and whatnot, I think, listen, you can hear, but you can fight it. You can fight it, man. You can dispute it. You can do whatever, okay? Because I think it's also quite the great tactical way of being able to listen, to hear, and then be like dishing it out. Because this way, as I said, the possibility is so much higher than before.
Stolz auf die weiße Rasse.
Going back.
Obwohl es gar keine Rassen gibt. Servus, was macht ihr heute hier? Ich versuche immer mit einfachen Wahrheiten zu arbeiten, weil Echte mir immer sagen, ich sei ein Populist und ich würde ganz komplexe Sachen so einfach darstellen und
Oh, sorry, I forgot my microphone is on me and not here. You can hear the video.
Ich war beim Holocaust-Gedenktag, wo waren Sie da?
Weißt du nicht, was ich da gemacht habe?
Das war vor 2 Wochen.
Ja, ich arbeite viel, ich habe nicht an jedem Tag Zeit. Also, jeder Mensch muss für sich Prioritäten setzen. Wenn Sie da hingehen, ist das doch völlig in Ordnung, wenn Ihnen das wichtig ist.
Okay.
Ich gehe
Warum
zu
ist
dem
Ihnen das nicht
heute.
wichtig?
So die zweite Markttaktik, die habe ich mir natürlich auch nicht ausgedacht, ist so ein bisschen das lächerlich machen. Dafür werde ich auch oft kritisiert, dass ich Memes mit Videos oder einfach nur die Kamera drauf halte, wie Nazis Nazi-Parolen rufen und das halt peinlich aussieht. Und das halt dann nicht auf Augenhöhe ist, sondern vielleicht schon ein bisschen respektlos. Das ist richtig. Und diese eine Person, die dann in dem Video zu sehen ist, die wird dann auch nicht überzeugt. Aber ganz viele andere, die sehen mich, die sehen diesen Nazi. Das zeigt, okay, das sind eure Leute. Die haben super peinliche Ansichten. Dann rücken die automatisch
Ja,
mit ihrem Stuhl ein bisschen von seiner
das
Seite
stimmt.
weg. Gehen ein bisschen
Aber da muss ich auch sagen, dass eben wenn Leute nicht darauf angesprochen werden können, weil es nicht, sie nicht darüber lachen können oder sonst was, es hat halt eben, das ist genau das, was ich gerade gesagt habe, auch eben sehr stark was damit zu tun, dass sie halt sich einfach sehr erstens entitled fühlen, zweitens halt sehr defenden müssen, weil sich das auf einmal anfühlt wie, oh mein Gott, wie, I need to change my dress, weil sich das auf einmal so anfühlt wie, als wärst du wieder ein Kind. Und, ja, da kommen halt Muster hoch, die halt sehr sichtbar sind. Aber mit diesen Menschen habe ich das Gefühl, kannst du erst recht nicht reden. Also von daher, ich glaube, egal wie du es angesprochen hättest, wäre schwierig gewesen, weil solche Leute brauchen erst recht eher einfach den Schritt, dass sie zugeben müssen, dass sie halt sehr verwundet sind.
auf meine Seite. Und damit hoffentlich auf
Und sich halt
die
mit
etwas Menschen.
und sich halt mit Dingen versuchen zu schützen, denen es egal ist, ob es richtig oder falsch oder was auch immer, in welcher Richtung das liegt. Das ist halt eben das Ding.
Seite.
Würdest du sagen, lassen sich dein Engagement auf der einen Seite, mit dem du geworden bist, vereinbaren mit dem positiven Nebeneffekt, dass das natürlich auch lukrativ für dich ist und es zunehmend auch als Geschäftsmodell irgendwie verstehen kannst und davon leben kannst? Wie geht das?
Ja, ich verdiene scheiße viel Geld. Ich habe, glaube ich, im Oktober angefangen, 24, und habe so gesagt, okay, wenn ich bis Ende des Jahres so 1.500 Euro damit verdiene, dass ich selbst über die Runden komme gerade so, dann mache ich es weiter. Ansonsten höre ich auf und mache neben meinem Studium einen ganz normalen Werkstudentenjob. Dann ist es so durch die Decke gegangen, dass ich jetzt einfach unfassbar viel Geld verdiene. Aber ich habe von Anfang an gesagt, also ich zahle mir 2.500 Euro aus, damit ja, ich mich irgendwie nicht daran bereichere und gleichzeitig es irgendwie mehr coole Projekte damit umgesetzt werden können. Ich versuche mich irgendwie
Aber ich
immer so ein
finde das
bisschen
gut, dass er das so
weiterzuentwickeln. So, es
angeht.
gibt ja das Sprichwort, geh mit der Zeit, sonst gehst du mit der Zeit oder so ähnlich. Es gibt eine Landschaft in Deutschland, die immer echter wird. Da habe ich mir halt gedacht, als Gegenreaktion, okay, ich habe meinen eigenen Podcast.
Finde ich sehr toll, dass er das macht. Auf jeden Fall. I was just
Ja,
thinking,
ich dachte
I
mir
know
irgendwie,
the
es
song from somewhere.
wäre nice, so Leuten eine Stimme zu geben, die nicht Nazis sind. Also irgendwie bekannte Persönlichkeiten, unbekannte Persönlichkeiten, einfach, was wir persönlich spannend finden und wo wir sagen, das hat irgendwie einen Mehrwert und hat zu
Eine
wenig Bühne.
Nase.
Jetzt mit deinem Technikwissen so aus? Hast du alles, bist du Autodidakt irgendwie oder wie machst du das?
Welches Technikwissen? Ja, also ich bin sehr, sehr froh, dass ich habe, der mich da wirklich krass unterstützt. Aber ja, ich habe mir alles selbst beigebracht, also irgendwie schon immer. Aber es ist auch einfach viel über Fehler. Also ich habe schon ganze Drehs gehabt, super peinlich. Teilweise mit Spitzenpolitikern und dann gingen die Mikros nicht. Also dann habe ich einfach seine Zeit verschwendet und ja, ist dann auch unangenehm. Also man lernt aus den Fehlern, die man dann irgendwie aus dem Kalten macht, ja.
Hast du die Speicherkarten?
Eine ist drin, die andere, da kümmere ich mich um. Und ich kümmere mich auch um die
Oh my god, what is this?
kleine Speicherkarte. Wenn ich es
Oh.
finde.
Ja, also, ich kann dir einfach nochmal kurz so ein kleines Brief.
Ja, super.
Ist 1935 geboren. Schon Vater und ein nicht jüdisch geborener Mutter. Die sind in Dresden aufgewachsen und hat dann quasi so im Zuge des Rising Nationalismus alles mitbekommen, halt schon in ihrer Kindheit.
Sorry, I have to
und
wait.
ist halt immer mehr von Leben ausgeschlossen. Was man als erstes fragen kann, ist vielleicht, wenn dein Leben zurück. Der erste Leben. Also vielleicht eher low-key, aber so ein bisschen brisanter.
Ja,
Könnte man überlegen.
Ja. Ja, ist schon eine Ehre, muss man auch sagen, hier sprechen zu dürfen. Ist schon. Unsere Kinder werden das nicht mehr erleben. Ja, ansonsten bis später. Hallo, Marc bin ich. Hi.
Sie sind ja ein paar Zentimeter größer als ich.
Ja, das stimmt, aber
Das ist süß.
vielleicht kann ich Ihnen ein paar abgeben.
Ach, behalten Sie.
Sie entscheiden.
Das stimmt, aber er ist auch riesig. Der Marcant, also ich habe mal ein Video gesehen, wo er easy peasy an so ein Schild rankam und ich dachte mir so,
Renate,
du musst
schön, dass du da
gigantisch
bist
sein.
und deine Geschichte heute mit uns teilst. Für die, die dich vielleicht noch nicht kennen, stell dich doch gerne mal kurz vor. Wer bist du und warum bist du heute da?
Das tue ich gleich, aber zunächst möchte ich mich bei euch bedanken, dass ich heute hier sein darf. Ich bin am 25. August 1935 in Dresden geboren. Ich kann mich erinnern an die Nacht, die Kristallnacht 1938. Wir waren zwar nicht direkt betroffen,
And also,
aber
I'm so sorry also as well that I'm not really talking much right now because I feel like it's also important to just listen attentively and hear what is being said because I need to check. Sorry, I'm saying this while I'm behaving like this. No?
ich erinnere mich, dass mein Vater in das Wohnzimmer stürzte und sagte, die Synagoge brennt. Jüdische Geschäfte, jüdische Wohnungen wurden verwüstet. Viele Morde, viele Verhaftungen in dieser Nacht. Daran kann ich mich als Kind wirklich erinnern. Also das ist mein Original-Kennkarte. Das hier drunter ist wirklich sind beides Originalsterne. Aber der obere ist ja etwas schmutzig. Kinder sind ja nur im Spielen, wenn sie wirklich im Garten spielen, nicht die ordentlichsten und saubersten. Also deswegen ist er etwas schmutzig. Ohne diesen Stern durfte man, wenn überhaupt, die Straße nicht betreten.
Was wäre passiert, wenn das gemacht
Ja,
worden
da
wäre?
wäre man wahrscheinlich zu Hause nicht wieder angekommen. Etwa 20 Familienmitglieder sind 1942, 1943 in die verschiedensten KZs verbracht worden. Also wir haben ja großes Glück gehabt.
Auch wenn er jetzt gerade nebendran sitzt, aber Sie dürfen ruhig ehrlich sein. Was haben Sie gedacht in dem Moment, als Sie auch diese Anfrage bekommen haben, in einem Podcast zu Gast zu sein, gerade so einer ja auch großen Reichweite bei jungen Leuten?
Na, ich habe mich gefreut. Das ist wichtig, dass wir Menschen haben und gerade junge Leute, die sagen so, und mit denen spreche ich jetzt mal. Warum machst du das? Wichtig ist, mit denen auch, die uns nicht gefallen, zu sprechen, aber dann seine Meinung konstant darzulegen. Nein, ich bewundere es sehr. Dann ist er ja, du musst dich ja sagen, wenn er jetzt in seiner Körpergröße oder ich, es werden ja kleine Leute immer unterschätzt. Hat auch einen Vorteil. Nimm das, wenn die Straßenbahn. Tschüssi, macht's gut. Weiter so.
Ja, der Spruch, mit Nazis redet man nicht, super valide, 10 Jahren. Vor 10 Jahren wäre ich da auch noch gut mitgegangen.
Ja, und das finde ich auch. Ich finde, es ist trotzdem, es ist so, wie man sagt, ja, mit gewissen Inseln oder sonst was redet man nicht. Ich glaube, es ist, ich würde das auch nicht mögen, ja, mit gewissen Leuten zu reden, mit denen ich wirklich nichts zu tun haben möchte oder die einfach nur, von denen ich weit weg gehen möchte. Ich finde, es ist aber, wie gesagt, trotzdem wichtig, dass man trotzdem zuhört, sagen kann, okay, ich höre dir zu, aber das ist alles, was ich machen werde. Das ist genau das, was ich nur machen würde. Und das ist deine eigene Grenze, die du auch vor allem finden musst und auch für einstehen musst, zu sagen, hey, das ist das Einzige, was ich machen werde und mehr nicht. Dir zuhören, weil dann habe ich dir zugehört, okay, aber das heißt nicht, dass ich hier das alles akzeptiere, wie es ist. Ich glaube, es ist eine schöne Sache, das so in dieser menschlichen Art zu sehen. Weil ich glaube, es bringt einfach mehr Raum dafür. Eben in so einer gewissen Art.
Aber inzwischen reden die Nazis in Parlamenten,
Ja.
die Nazis über.
Und das auch noch. Das stimmt. Also, du kannst auch nicht. Du kannst. Nicht nur das, sondern es sind nicht nur die Leute, die am stärksten über ihre eigenen Glauben reden. Es sind auch die kleinen Sachen. Denn es gibt genug Leute, wo ich sagen würde, boah, Alter, was du von dir gibst, warum bist du eigentlich so? Aber dann muss ich ja was sagen dazu und sagen, hey, das geht nicht. So, und dann fragen, hey, das kann ich vielleicht nicht so gleich fronten, aber halt sagen so, hey, was ist es, dass du so daran sorry, Deutsch. Was ist, was ist es, was dich so denken lässt? Warum denkst du so? Warum glaubst du das? Was hat dich denn dazu bitte gebracht, dass du so dich verhalten musst? Gleichzeitig bin ich aber auch ein Mensch, wo ich sage, so, ich habe keinen Bock mehr. Und ich glaube, da muss ich auch sehr stark daran arbeiten, weil ich sehr oft einfach sehr viele, also ich Leute treffe, wo ich mir denke, so, boah, Alter, ich kann nicht, vor allem wenn man halt so in der Arbeit ist. In der Arbeit versucht man natürlich neutral mit Leuten umzugehen. Aber ich glaube, es ist genau das, was halt auch so ein bisschen das Gefährliche ist für die Zukunft an sich, für alle. Weil man in einer Umwelt ist, wo man sagt, boah, da muss ich ja irgendwie neutral bleiben, weil es ist jetzt die Arbeit. Was ist, wenn ich jetzt Beef mit jedem habe, weil ich halt einfach sage, hey, das geht nicht, wie du dich so verhältst, bla bla bla. Erstens würde ich eine gewisse Art von Stabilität wahrscheinlich irgendwann verlieren und ich würde dann keine Ressourcen haben, die mich irgendwie abfangen würden. Das ist halt auch leider das Problem. Ich glaube, das gehört halt auch noch dazu, zu sagen, boah, dass viele Menschen halt da nichts miteinander reden können aus diesem Grund. Weil die Dinge, die ich manchmal höre, denke ich mir echt, boah, wenn ich jetzt was sagen würde zu dir, wenn ich richtig was sagen würde, was zu dir, würde ich sowas von meinem Job verlieren. Aber einfach nur, weil ich ganz genau weiß, dass das, was du sagst, überhaupt nicht okay ist.
Straßen zu 100-fach.
Aber ja, I digress.
Im Internet haben hunderttausende Follower und Followerinnen. Die Zeit ist abgelaufen. Ja, dann habe ich halt eine Frage gestellt, und zwar, ich glaube, sind Sie heute da? Das ist nichts besonders Provozierendes, finde ich. Daraufhin sagt dann, kam halt einer der Alt-Nazi-Kaderordner und hat mir das runtergeschlagen oder in meine Hand geschlagen,
That's
sodass mein
crazy.
Mikrofon dann landete. Ja, es ist eine relativ normale Situation. Also irgendjemand aus dem Team wird immer geschubst oder beleidigt oder Mikrofon wird runtergeschlagen. Also Mikrofon kennt den Asphalt in Deutschland schon ganz gut.
Wirkst natürlich sehr cool und abgeklärt, wenn man dich so kennenlernt und so weiter. Hat man dann das Gefühl, du bist da einfach sehr souverän. Ist da in dir drin aus?
Oh, das ist eine sehr schöne
Freunde
Frage.
lachen mich immer schon aus, weil ich sage immer, wenn die mich genau das fragen, dass ich gar nicht über meine Probleme nachdenke. Das ist natürlich keine Taktik, aber es funktioniert.
Ich meine, es ist zwar keine Taktik, aber irgendwo schon, oder? Irgendwo schon. Es ist zwar keine Taktik in der Art, wie man es vielleicht sehen würde, wenn man so Strategien aufbauen möchte, aber ich finde, es ist immer noch eine Taktik zu sagen, hey, ich denke nicht. Weil wenn ich darüber zu viel nachdenke, ich glaube, dann würde es einiges mit mir machen und einige Dinge mit mir in mich bewegen, wo ich gar nicht hindern möchte. Ich glaube, es ist trotzdem eine gute Taktik, das zu tun, zu sagen, ich möchte gar nicht darüber nachdenken, oder ich denke halt gar nicht darüber nach.
Immerhin so weit, dass ich weitermachen kann und ich einfach so ein bisschen ausblende und mich auf die positiven Sachen konzentriere. Natürlich denke ich mir auch manchmal, okay, für 2 Tage würde ich jetzt gerne mal ein Jahr zurückgehen und so die Fassade einmal wegmachen und quasi kurz in ein anderes Leben eintauchen.
Hm.
Alles hast du von 1 bis 10 von meinen Bowling-Skills? 4.
Sorry for the noise. Ist da rein.
Sehr selten. Dass man zusammenkommen kann, was machen kann. Umso mehr schätzt man das halt. Ich würde mal sagen, alle 3 Monate vielleicht machen wir sowas mal gemeinsam. Und sonst sind wir nur gemeinsam auf irgendwelchen Demos mit Neonazis, Rechtsextremen oder Leuten, die denken, dass Bill Gates Babys frisst.
Und ich glaube, da ist halt eben auch, dass man dann sozusagen sich zwischeneinander auch ein bisschen nachvollziehen kann, wie halt diese Stresssituation eigentlich ist, weil im privaten Umfeld, wenn man das erzählt, gibt es sehr viele, die das halt eben nicht so ganz verstehen können, was das überhaupt bedeutet.
Hm.
Ich wäre niemals da, wo ich jetzt bin und der Kanal und alles ohne die Jungs und gleichzeitig freue ich mich so sehr, dass es so über diese Arbeit hinausgeht und wir so wirklich Freunde geworden sind und jetzt auch solche Abende verbringen, auch wenn es wenige sind. Das sind immer wirklich sehr schöne Erinnerungen und ja, ich habe tatsächlich Spaß. Wer gewinnt?
Weißt du was? Ich muss auch ganz ehrlich sagen, persönlich gesprochen, ich finde es immer schön, wenn ich solche Leute sehe. Weil ich jedes Mal, selber wenn ich durch mein Leben gehe, denke ich mir so, boah, Alter, gibt es überhaupt irgendwelche Leute, die so sind, wo ich mir denke, das ist doch so ersehnlich, sowas zu sehen. Und dann sehe ich Menschen wie Marcant und denke mir so, boah, du bist so ein Segen für die Welt. Du bist nicht nur ein Segen für die Welt, du bist eine schöne, warme Flamme, die Dinge einfach schön warm hält in diesem Zuhause, dass es ja nicht zu kalt wird, würde ich mal sagen. Ich finde es sehr schön. Und ich finde es sehr schön, dass man immer wieder solche Leute sieht und denkt, boah, du, ich wünsche dir einfach alles Beste im ganzen Leben, weil du bist genau diese Stimme, die einfach da sein muss. Die soll einfach da sein, sie muss da sein. Und auch wenn sie nicht da ist, es ist trotzdem gut, weil du bist trotzdem eine Stimme gewesen oder sonst was. Auch in Momenten, wo es sich vielleicht nicht so geil anfühlt oder sonst was. Ich glaube daran, dass es trotzdem sehr schön ist, dass du diesen Weg genommen hast und dass du es so nimmst, wie es halt kommt. Und dich trotzdem dahin bewegen kannst.
57. Also ich würde sagen, 10er will ich nicht gewinnen.
Ich wusste es.
Danksagung, Rede halten, das ist jetzt nicht so mein Ding. Ich bin spontan und einfach so schauen, was passiert. Aber ich glaube, die Leute da sind groß erwartet, weil die alle in der Politik waren und sonst. Und dann muss ich, glaube ich, eine Rede schwingen. Und jetzt hinterfrage ich sie gerade noch. Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, zum 61. Mal verleihen wir in diesem Jahr den Theodor-Heuss-Preis.
Theodor-Heuss-Preis. Warte mal. Ich muss ganz kurz.
Marcant.
Warte mal! Sorry, das war zu laut. Ich muss kurz gucken, was der Theodor-Heuss-Preis überhaupt ist. Theodor-Heuss-Preis. By the way, ich glaube, nachdem ich das Video fertig geschaut habe, mache ich Schluss mit meiner Stream, weil es sind fast 4 Stunden Shit. Theodor Heuss. Oh, schau her. Meine Geschichte, ja, meine Erkunden, ist das ein Wort? Ist das ein deutsches Wort? Erkenntnis Erkenntnis der Geschichte. Theodor Heuss war der erste Bundespräsident. Warte mal. Theodor Heuss, 31. Januar 1884 in Brackenheim bis gestorben 12. Dezember 1963 in Stuttgart. War ein deutscher Journalist, Publizist, Politikwissenschaftler und über einen Zeitraum von fast 60 Jahren liberaler Politiker. Punkt. Nach Gründung der FDP 1948 war er bis zu seiner Wahl zum Bundespräsidenten für knapp ein Jahr deren Vorsitzender. Im Parlamentarischen Rat gestaltete er das Grundgesetz entscheidend mit. Von 1949 bis 1959 war Heuss erster Bundespräsident der Bundesrepublik Deutschland. Sieh her. Und ich muss sagen, ich habe tatsächlich nicht so aufgepasst. Wie gesagt, muss ich dazu sagen, ich habe im Unterricht, was diese Themen angegangen sind, egal ob Soziologie, Erdkunde, Geschichte, was auch immer, wenn es um solche Sachen ging, habe ich tatsächlich nicht so aufgepasst, aus dem Grund, weil ich selber als Person, die zwar hier geboren ist, aber auch eben sich überhaupt nicht zu Hause gefühlt hat, wie ich hier, mir gedacht so, warum muss ich mich damit überhaupt beschäftigen, wenn alle sowieso so schon mit mir so umgehen und dieses Land sowieso so mit uns so umgeht. Und all diese Sachen. Basically, ich hatte sehr viel Wut gegenüber solche Sachen gehabt. Und habe mir gedacht, so, ist mir egal. Aber mittlerweile denke ich mir so, hey, auch wenn ich mich nicht zu Hause fühlen würde, ich glaube, es wäre eine gute Sache, trotzdem zuzuhören. Einfach weil es wichtig wäre zu wissen, um was es hier geht. So, also wenn du hier bist und vielleicht so ähnlich dich fühlst oder gefühlt hast, dass du denkst, so, warum soll ich das überhaupt wissen? Mich juckt es doch nicht, weil ich gehöre nicht mal hierhin. Weil jeder schon so verhasst mit mir umgeht. Warum muss ich das wissen? Ich glaube, nein. Du solltest es wissen, weil es dir mehr Kraft gibt, ein bisschen mehr dagegen zu kämpfen. Das heißt nicht, dass du dann, was auch typisch ist, dieses typische, ja, ich weiß doch, ich integriere mich, jetzt bin ich ja Deutsche und hier, ich weiß doch so viel von wegen der Geschichte etc. Ich glaube, das ist so eine Geschichte, die vielleicht jeder kennt, ich kann mich daran erinnern, ich habe sogar, ich habe mich so aufgeregt darüber. Das ist ihm passiert, im Zug, da war der Schaffner, da hat ein Herr ihn ein bisschen blöd angemacht und gemeint, ja, ich lebe hier schon seit bla 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 und ich weiß doch, was es ist. Und ich mir halt dachte so, ja, aber ist doch egal, weil er ist Schaffner. Er weiß es doch am besten, weil er den Job macht gerade. Ist doch egal, woher er kommt. Er weiß es trotzdem besser als du, weil er diesen Job macht. Und du hast diesen Job vielleicht noch nie gemacht. Und ich finde es scheiße. Und ich muss es ja bewertend jetzt auch sagen. Ich finde es scheiße, dass es jedes Mal so ist mit, ich muss mich wertig machen gegenüber dieser Gesellschaft, dass ich genug Deutsch bin, dass ich überhaupt hierher gehöre oder sonst was. Deswegen hat mich das so überhaupt an sich nie gejuckt, dass ich mich darüber informieren muss oder sonst was. Aber ich muss ganz ehrlich sagen, manchmal gibt es so Momente, wo ich mir denke, so, boah, eigentlich wäre es voll gut, dass ich das wissen müsste. Weil, ob ich es weiß oder nicht, und vor allem, wenn ich es weiß, es heißt nicht, dass es verbunden ist. Mein Wissen. Hallo? Hallo? I love it here with my connection, my frame rates. Anyway, egal, ob ich das weiß oder nicht, what I'm saying is basically, in short, for everybody, yeah, your knowledge, my knowledge about things of the world has no tie with my worth of where I belong. Okay, this is what I have been saying right now. I'm just talking about my experience, about how oftentimes in maybe it doesn't matter if you're here in Germany or anywhere else. It's quite a universal thing, sadly. When people treat you in a way where you have to prove that you are, for example, German enough, or I don't know, whatever country enough, that you belong wherever you are, or that you're allowed to be even breathing here, or whatever. It doesn't matter whether you have the knowledge or not. I do recommend you to have the knowledge. Get the knowledge about your country, about its history, about so many things, so that you can at least be educated enough to feel more safe in certain ways. But do not tie these type of things to your worth, especially when there's so many people out there who are really just rearing to go at the fact that they love the fact that you see that this is tied to your worth, because this is exactly what they want, right? So yeah, because I was talking about how I didn't know that a lot of things in class, because I wasn't paying attention in class whenever these type of things were talked about, because I didn't feel like I belong here, because so many people always make me feel like I don't belong here, because why should I, and everything else like that, even though I was born here, right? So I didn't bother with it, because I was in so much pain. I was so angry with the world that I was like, no, I'm not gonna do this. This is something basically self-sabotaging yourself in some type of way. I don't think that's healthy. No, in fact, it's not that I don't think it's healthy. It's not healthy. Fact. Okay, it's not healthy. Fact. That's why I think I said this before in the stream already. I have so many streaming ideas already, because I was clearing out my space and I saw certain things. I was like, oh, actually, I could do this. I am probably going to start a little series of something for the streams before, like maybe around the time where it's like back to school, or maybe around the time where people usually go back to school. About having to, you know, learn certain things again, just as I would have in school, you know, sitting there and having to write entries and whatever, having to watch the videos, whatever, and learn from him, because it's very important to keep the knowledge, and this knowledge will help you in so many ways. Because Theodor Heuss, for example, I didn't know that this is the first Bundeskanzler, like the first, no, sorry, not Bundeskanzler, Bundespräsident, the first president of Germany, and that he was also somebody who shaped quite a lot of things in our law. So I'm like, oh, it's okay, you know. Because the thing is, I think it's still important to learn about certain people in the past and certain things in the past, whether you like it or not. Because I bet there's a lot of people from the past where I'm like, I don't want to learn about you. But I think it will help me more than not knowing it all. Anyway, yeah.
Selten war Erscheinung Name so übereinstimmend. YouTuber und demokratiepolitischer Aktivist, herzlich willkommen.
Wir haben gestern erfahren, er hat 500 zurückgeholt.
Die größte Auszeichnung, die ich bekommen kann, ist wirklich Jugendliche, die mir schreiben, ey, durch deine Videos bin ich aus der Szene ausgestiegen.
Yes.
Aber trotzdem ist es natürlich auch schön, in anderen Kreisen sehen zu werden.
Wir können da von Marcant alle ganz viel lernen, dass eben manche apologetisch sagen, gar nicht mit Rechten, oder wir reden immer mit Rechten, und dass es einen Weg dazwischen geben muss. Und den zeigt er uns auch.
Das ist nicht das Setting,
Ja.
an dem ich mich normalerweise wiederfinde. Es ist eine sehr ungewohnte Umgebung. Normalerweise an einem Samstag ich auf Neonazi-Veranstaltungen. Den Preis, den ich dafür normalerweise bekomme, ist neben aktiver Verfolgung, physischen Bedrohung, täglichen Morddrohungen in meinen DMs inzwischen tatsächlich über 500 Nachrichten von Menschen, von Jugendlichen, die ihr rassistisches, sexistisches und zum Teil sogar nationalsozialistisches Weltbild abgelegt haben. Und ich dachte mir, das wäre doch vielleicht ein guter Zeitpunkt, die einfach mal zu teilen, sie vorzulesen. Ich versuche es zumindest, die Kommasetzung ist schwierig, aber sie sind halt in den meisten Fällen sehr, sehr jung und das ist Teil der Wahrheit. Hi Marc, ich wollte dir nur mal danken, du hast mich aus der Nazi-Szene geholt und mich auf den richtigen Weg gebracht. Ich bin noch am Lernen, aber jetzt schon weiß ich vieles und stolz, Demokrat zu sein. Ich verspüre keinen Hass mehr gegen Ausländer oder ähnliches. Danke, danke, danke. Ist mein erster Preis und ich weiß es wirklich sehr zu schätzen. Bleibt stabil. Vielen Dank an euch, die Theodor Heuss Stiftung und vor allem ein wunderbares Team, die hier aus Sicherheitsgründen nicht neben mir stehen können. Aber ohne euch wäre das so nicht alles möglich gewesen. Vielen, vielen Dank. Langfristig wünsche ich mir natürlich auch irgendwie ein halbwegs normales in Ruhe. Ich wurde gestern von Schülern und Schülerinnen auch gefragt, wann, an welchem Punkt hörst du auf? An dem Tag wahrscheinlich selber, falls es passiert, Vater werden sollte. An dem Tag würde ich wahrscheinlich die Verantwortung nicht weitertragen wollen. Jetzt, wo es nur quasi hauptsächlich zumindest auf mich fällt, das Risiko, kann ich das gerne eingehen. Ja, ansonsten versuche ich mich so gut wie möglich weiterzuentwickeln und weiterzumachen. Wir kommen und gehen und da stehen jetzt gerade immer noch, obwohl wir schon gegangen sind, aus Sicherheitsgründen immer noch 3.000, 4.000 Leute, die halt gegen Faschismus demonstrieren. Denen appelliert halt irgendwie keiner. Und dann ist halt auch immer, okay, ja, wir stellen uns ein Mikrofon hin, okay, wir gehen halt noch näher ran, okay. Aber die sich da an den Rand stellen, die werden halt irgendwie oft vergessen. Das versuchen wir, glaube ich, auch mit den Videos auch so ein bisschen zu zeigen, ey, ja, wir machen das alles, aber da stehen auch noch 5.000 andere, die das auch. Oder? Jede. Okay. Dann jetzt schnell weg, bevor wir noch Ärger bekommen.
Wow. Ich weiß, es hat mich sehr lange gebraucht, dass ich dieses Video überhaupt durchgegangen bin, aber das hat mich jetzt am Ende so ein bisschen schön zusammengesetzt, dass es mich jetzt am Ende so ein bisschen berührt hat in dieser Art. Ich finde es schön, dass er auch sagt, so hey, ich mache so weiter bis ab diesem Punkt, wo es für mich halt nicht mehr weitergeht. Ich finde es gut, dass du, also würde ich jetzt gerade mit Marcant reden, ich finde es gut, dass man an sich ein Ziel setzt, zu sagen, hey, so weit gehe ich. Auf diesen Punkt mache ich aber nicht mehr weiter. Ich kann diese Fackel weitergeben und habe sie immer weitergegeben. Mein Feuer brennt immer noch. Und wer auch immer kommen mag, kann sich ein bisschen was von diesem Feuer nehmen und dieses Feuer wird genauso hochlodern und hell lodern, wie es auch nur sein tun wird und mag. Und ich finde es schön, dass du trotzdem dein eigenes Feuer halten kannst, während alle anderen dann auch das, was du angefangen hast, noch weitermachen können. Auch wenn dein Feuer dann irgendwann sozusagen weniger, sagen wir mal, kleiner werden würde. Ja, dann würdest du trotzdem nicht umsehen können und sagen, wow, all diese schönen Flammen, die ich entfacht habe, sind mir alles so wert gewesen. Und ich finde es sehr schön, dass er das alles so bewegt im Leben und dass er das macht. Und ich finde, ja, ich finde es einfach sehr, sehr schön. Echt nochmal, also ich finde, ich finde es einfach an sich sehr schön, auch ein schönes Video von 37 Grad. Und an sich nochmal persönlich gesprochen, muss ich nochmal etwas dazu sagen und sagen, dass ich schon mal ich kann mich an diese Erinnerung zurückbegeben, wo ich sage, hey, boah, Alter, hallo? Stream? Okay. Wo ich sage halt so, boah, Ich weiß nicht so, ich weiß es nicht so. Ich finde es auch ganz lustig, weil by the way, ist mir eingefallen gerade, dass mein Titel sagt, was habe ich in meinem Titel drin? Irgendwas mit organizing und dann chilling or something, whatever. Because I'm not really, I didn't really do much. Hangout, did I write hangout? Whatever. Ja. Ich vergaß. Genau, ich erinnere mich daran, wie ich immer gesagt habe, boah, Alter, ihr müsst doch gar nicht so rassistisch sein und so. Ich gehe jetzt nicht das so tief mit ein, weil, ganz ehrlich, ich möchte meinen Stream gerne beenden. Das ist schon 4 Stunden und es ist sehr spät für mich. Ich werde es wahrscheinlich in irgendeinem anderen Stream mal wieder erwähnen. Aber ich kann mich noch erinnern, wie ich das gesagt habe. Und dann waren die ganzen Leute, die es so mit einbezogen hat, so ein bisschen tiptoe und so, weil sie, glaube ich, auch mitbekommen haben, dass ich eben mit anderen geredet habe darüber. Aber dann hieß es so, ja, und so. Ach nee, ich muss es irgendwann anders mal erzählen. Sorry, dass ich dieses Ding jetzt angeteasert habe, aber hey, komm doch mal zurück in einen anderen Stream und dann hörst du das vielleicht. So, basically, guys, I will say this in English again. I was just talking about the end of this video, about how beautiful and touching that was just now, and how beautifully cut it was as well, and made by 37 in 37 Grad. And that whatever Marcant is doing, I think it's in general, not only just Marcant, but I'm talking about Marcant specifically right now. I think it's a beautiful thing that he can say, like, to this point, I will do this, and then at some point, not anymore, holding his respectful lines to him, right? But also saying that it's beautiful to see that somebody is holding this type of flame that that others can take a little bit from, because you can never take away from a flame. You can never take away from a flame in a way where it will get smaller in this type of way. You can only add by making it bigger or share it, this type of flame. And I was saying, I think it's a absolutely beautiful thing that he can have his flame be so bright and big that he inspires so many other people that will take and carry this flame with him, with them. And if he would eventually stop, that he can still look around and be like, wow, all these flames are still here. Like, it's not dying down, It's not only, and this is basically what I said, like, summarized in English for you guys. But in general, this is also speaking about, like, how it's in general, like, a lot of people, like, whether it's inspirational people that you see online, or it doesn't matter who it is specifically speaking or whatever, it can also be the people very close to you in your life. You would never think that some people would be so influential with their flame being so bright and warm, and with so much fierceness behind it, that it would just take you with it, that you would dare to carry that flame with you and eventually guide your way through with this type of little light that you have, and that will get bigger and bigger. This is also funny because going back to the beginning of my stream, where I was like cooking and talking like about, like, also at some point about an anime I was watching, which was My Hero Academia, where of course usually in a lot of media you see, especially in animes, these type of animes as well, where protagonists are so influential to the environment around them, where it's like their passion, their fierceness, their whatever, this type of flame that they carry is so warm and bright that it just lights up everybody else's maybe vacant little thing as well. That's what I would say. Like, I think that's beautiful. Yeah. Anyway, oops. This is where I will end my stream exactly at 4 hours. Okay, I didn't expect to do 4 hours. I didn't even expect to do anything this long. But it was nice. It was nice to do it in this way. As I said, as I talked before in the beginning as well, I don't care anymore. Like, I know it's not perfect. I know you cannot see the video. I know you cannot really hear it. I know it's German and English and German and English. Like, I don't care. If you enjoy it, you enjoy it. You do you, whatever, okay? It will only get better from here on out. And if it doesn't, then you have to think about it again, you know? If this is really right for you or not. This is what I was saying to myself for the future. Maybe also to you. Maybe that is something you also needed to hear. Anyway, party people, it was very nice to see you here. I will just quickly go in and look in my chat if somebody was even saying anything in the first place. As always, because I don't ever see anybody commenting. Yeah. No. Okay, which is also okay. Anyway, so today's Tuesday. Maybe I will stream tomorrow, just a little bit quickly. I don't know, because I do have to kind of finish my things, and as I am streaming, I'm very distracted. Could have done so many things, but I was basically doing everything at once. But yeah, maybe I will stream on. I don't know. I definitely do want to try streaming a game this week, so stay tuned. Yeah. Also, I have a YouTube channel where this VOD will be up. Where past ones have been up and some other videos as well. Go check that out if you do want to. Also, nothing else. Anyway, thanks for watching. Wishing you a good time and take care. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye.